You are people listening from every corner of this planet. No knowledge has been dispersed so beautifully, so balanced across the planet, on this planet ever, maybe in the universe. You have the full potential of achieving everything in the universe. There is no need and there is no reason for man not to achieve. So, wherever you are, the way I taught you to make the coils double coil inside, you have continuous equal gravitational magnetic field, and if you put CO2 on it, and you put zinc on it, you have connected the emotion of the man to it on a stable condition, and you'll find out you become a very peaceful man. Here, instead of having galaxies and universes and creating connection magnetically, we have used the matter state gravitational magnetic field strength to dominate and dictate the shape of the plasma. The nanotechnology, the nanomaterial which you have collectively developed in different ways, by caustic, by electric currents, by whatever, fire or whatever, has that advantage that the matter, the nano and the plasma is all the same. So connection is very solid, it's very strong. The power of the plasma technology, the way we have thought, is beyond imagination of the man. Now we can create and control the plasma, which is the mother of the creation of the universe. We are given the seed of the essence of the creation. The foundation does not belong to no one and is not made of one anymore. You are developing it, you are structuring it, and from today we will be still the same. We'll still develop the technology in different names, in different colors, in different nationalities which they do not exist. It is beautiful when we see the Christian, the Muslims, the Jews, and every other belief are working together to build up systems. We have already become one faith. We already have become one nation, and we already become one planet. You got to remember one thing. Dates is irrelevant. Today is the last day of the Christian calendar, or tomorrow is the beginning of another. One day is connected to another. We don't stop. We are working around the clock. The Keshe Foundation team is working in respect to our time, position, religion, country. And now we achieve what we set out for.
You're invited to partake in the creation of humanity's first Universal Community Council on April 21st and 22nd, 2016 in Dubai at the One Planet, One Nation, One Race Conference. World leaders and prominent business persons have been invited to attend. However, representatives of the Council will be selected irrespective of language, race, creed, or position in life. The Council will have many responsibilities. It will support the people of humanity and their governments. It will help bring balance across the globe and unite humanity for the benefit of all mankind. It will act as a bridge between humanity and the universal community. The cost of admission to the conference is €750, which includes one seat in the main conference room and 3-night stay in one of Dubai's prestigious hotels, 2 persons per room. Discount airfares are also available. The One Planet, One Nation, One Race Conference. You're invited. We hope to see you there.
Why not?
Konferenz, Werbevideo Sprachtext. Sie sind am 21. und 22. April 2016 in Dubai an der Konferenz Ein Planet, eine Nation, eine Rasse eingeladen für die Schaffung des ersten universellen Gemeinderates. Führende Weltpolitiker und berühmte Geschäftspersonen wurden eingeladen, jedoch werden die Vertreter des Rats unabhängig von Sprache, Rasse, Glaubensbekenntnis oder ihrer Position gewählt. Der Rat wird viele Verantwortungen haben. Er wird die Völker der Menschheit und ihre Regierungen unterstützen. Er wird helfen, das Gleichgewicht rund um den Erdball für das Wohl der gesamten Menschheit zu beeilen. Er tritt als Brücke zwischen der Menschheit und der Universalgemeinschaft auf. Die Kosten für die Zulassung zur Konferenz beträgt €750, welches ein Sitzplatz im Hauptkonferenzraum und 3 Übernachtungen in eines der renommierten 5-Sterne-Hotels, 2 Personen pro Zimmer, beinhalten. Rabattflugpreise sind ebenfalls verfügbar. Sie sind eingeladen auf die Ein Planet, eine Nation, eine Rasse-Konferenz. Wir hoffen, Sie dort zu sehen.
Okay, welcome everyone to the 106th Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute for Thursday, March 24th, 2016. And today we've been promised another intense day with the workshop. Mr. Keshe has left the message, a very busy day, be ready for a lot. And I think he will be telling us some about that right away. So, Mr. Keshe, I think you're available.
Yes, good morning.
Hi.
Thank you very much, Rick. Thank you very much, Vince. So everybody else behind, as usual, good morning, good day to you. Whenever and wherever you listen to these teachings, as we teach each other the knowledge of a space, the way we gain. We are the front runners of the new technology, new science, and in that process, coming hours, we will start using the final stages of what we have, what we know, and what is important in the research and development. Hopefully, by the end of the day today, we will gather some enough knowledge to understand a lot in how the new space technology has become and used by governments in some aspects, and has been used, understanding, and shelved by some governments. Today is, in principle, Innovation Day. In a way, we release new knowledge, new technology, using what we already know, but bringing data in. And these data, and some of it which I have seen, we will shock you. Will shock a lot of people beyond understanding. But by the end of the day today, every single one of us, every single human being on this planet will be benefited by what is going to be disclosed today. The data and the research which has been hidden from public will be opened up. You got to realize that we are in the process of changes. We are part of the change ourselves, and in part we create and have created changes. The most important thing for us is how to start bringing all the points together that we achieve what we promised and what we wanted to do. We will bring in people on regular basis from now on to all of us collectively understand the changes which are coming in respect to us getting ready to take off into space the way we wanted, the way we planned, as one nation, as one group, as one humanitarian. So the changes which to come will affect all of us. When we make decision to go to space, we have an option. Do we like to take our family with us? Are we going together that we don't miss to come back? Are we going with the certainty that the future in space is bright? The future is for all of us and the same. It's the first time we have the opportunity to explore the space as a unit, not at odd people from different parts of the world put together. We have the chance to change, and we are changing it. It's for the first time we're going into space knowing that we don't have to worry about food. We don't have to worry when the next supply arrives. We don't have to worry about if the energy is going to be there. We are not going to be worried about if the diseases, the viruses in the space can be handled by us. For the first time we live with a certainty knowing that we are safe because we have learned the rules of the space technology. We learn how to behave, we learn how to produce things, and we learn where to go. Today we finish with the past and we start with the new. Whatever has happened in the past, we done to ourselves, to our fellow men, to our environment, we start finishing today and starting a new page to clean up. Why is it important today? And we said that it's going to be disclosures, is because we start cleaning up. Cleaning up in what we've done together. We saw the mayhem which they accuse one religion to other doing it because it pays to do. We've seen information and all sorts of what is become national, what I call play, in seeing how much they can put information to create mayhem. Discrediting one religion or the other is always Muslims against Christians and the Jews against the Muslims and the rest. The strange thing is, how many of these bombings has happened? Did it happen? Why has it happened? Why we have millions of refugees in different parts of the world? Why are we as human race bombing each other to annihilation? Has the human race grown from 1,000,000 years ago when its first seed was there? Or we have become more sophisticated to kill each other? Just to prove we can. There is no other logical reason for it. None of us take wealth with us, and none of us takes anything more than the skin and the flesh we come. And when we go, we don't even know where this flesh will go, which animal will eat it. Do we become part of a worm or are we eaten by a wolf? We have lost track of our own essence of creation, which was to be alive, to enjoy to be alive, and like the birds and the fish, free on this land. All we have learned is to kill. And now we're becoming very good at it in hundreds and thousands. And if you look, the wars are concentrated wherever there is money. Where it makes money for people to sell arms. It makes money for people to show their power. And behind all these three religions, all coming from the children of Abraham. In the past, we saw wars in all sorts of ways, but this tribe has really topped it up. They have done the murder in the name of religion and making one worse than the other, and then trying to say who's right. Today, where are we going to go? We are all intermarried, Christian to Jews, Jews to Muslims, and Muslims to Christians, and Hindus, and God knows in every shape or form. The pot is too mixed. The pot of human race has become too mixed up in every shape or form. Religion, race, color, and everything else. Where are we going to go? We have two choices. Now that we open the space technology, are we going to take this animal behavior into space and annihilate ourselves beyond the boundaries of this planet? Or are we going to change and bring the change about through before we go through space? There are a number of groups which have already taken into space. There are a number of people who have managed to achieve lift. There are a number of people who have managed to create the elusive spaceship into space. And there are a number of people who are in the process of achieving the conversion, of becoming the true man of space. The problem has to be solved before we go into space. The problem is to be solved here for our food, for our energy, for our medicine, for our flight system, for the materials we might need in the space to feel to make home before we take off, because there we are a small number of people, not in the mass as we are on this planet. We have two choices. We can go on what we see now, on murdering in mass to collect and make, create huge diversion and conversion of people into what we see a handful of people trying to prove to each other. Religions financing wars to prove who's more powerful, religions gathering together and in one side fighting and the other side collaborating to destroy the other. The biggest problem on this planet has become the path of belief into God. And once we sort this out, you'll find out that in the space there is only one God. So why are you fighting for? Are we in a position to let the past go? Or do we have to destroy the past that there is nothing to go for? We have no choice but to go forward. It seems that the human race has chosen the second. We go so far that we have nothing to go back to, so we have to go forward. And in fact, the human race has got to that point already. We have destroyed the center of the cultures of thousands of years. We brought Baghdad and Iraqi history of thousands of years to ground. We've done the same thing in Syria. Libya is not far, and the second one, and the third, and the fourth, and the rest. And strange enough, it's all in Islamic countries, financed by the Christians, supported by the Jews. We hear, we see, the same plan is set for Iran in the coming time. Thousands of years of history to be wiped out in one go. But let's do something else. Instead of fighting, let's unite. Instead of destroying, let's see what we can do. Let's see who are the causes of these problems. Maybe by seeing who's the cause and what is the cause, we can stop the future mayhem. We see the cause mainly has been on the name of God, how we believe in it and the way we've chosen to believe in. Those who call themselves Jews, those themselves call themselves the man of rabbi, chief rabbi. We have taken your position away from you from today. We end up with Judaism. This was the promise. You were promised that the time will come. And now how we finish with it is not by destroying and ending up the state of Israel. We elevate the Jews to one point, to be level and equal with the Christians and the Muslims. There was a promise that with time, when it will be when the Mashiach will come. He has come, and today we declare it. We finish with the state that the faith of Judaism exists. Chief Rabbi of Israel, your term is finished. It's time to start the process of peace. Your position does not exist. We finished with the state of Israel as it's become Palestine, as it's become part of the Middle East, as it's become part of one planet. This will be very harsh, and this was the biggest nightmare of Jewish state on 2016. And we warned and they were aware of it. When I explained I am the Messiah, I am the Mahdi, I received a communication. Are you going to declare that you are Messiah as well? Yes, we are. The State of Vatican gone the same. There is no place for a Pope and no priest, because we are all the same and we believe in one God. Because we all have reached the level of maturity of the religions of the past. That means we are all equal. Brothers, do not fight. The same goes. We removed the station of Ayatollah Khamenei as the head of the Shia Islam, because they have served their purpose. We thank them for what they've done. But time has come. We can't have head of different religions, as there is no religion but the path of God. The same goes with the muftis and heads of the Sunni Shia. Means there is no need for religious leaders when the men start believing in the truth and they all work towards a peace. This way, we don't destroy, we don't abolish, but we elevate all the states in one go to the same level. So, as of today, there is no religion, state in fighting for to have more of. We invite the Jewish community to become part of the peace process in giving hand in developing technologies with the Christians and the Muslims for the peace on this planet. The time of punishment has finished. It will not work. You choose when you want to leave. We have chosen. You have already left. We chosen the path of peace. And with this process, we elevate all the same to equal. That's how we become one race. That's how we become one nation. The state of Palestine does not exist, as where has been the shame on Muslims and how they could not protect and feed their own. The Jews walking streets of New York last Sunday have proclaimed, knowing the time has come for the change. I come from a Jewish background. I am Kohen. I come from Islamic background. I am Sayyid. And with it, have brought the beginning and the end together with Christianity. They're all the same and equal. So as of today, we have finished. This was the biggest and biggest nightmare of the Jewish leaders. Tell them he has declared two choices: kill me or join me in peace. Killing me brings more in. Some of you had a lot of question how Mossad has not killed him up to now. I am Kohen. And the Jews know you do not touch Kohen. It's blood of the Prophet. I am Sayyid, the same with the Muslims. Through my grandmothers, I stand the same. In fact, we all have become messiahs. We all have become Behdi, and we all have become Mashiach. Because we all work on one direction, and that's to bring peace for humanity without asking each other's religion, the color or race. How many of you supporters of Keshe Foundation, which runs into millions, have asked the other, what is your religion? Have you noticed? You already have become one race. How many of you have asked about the color of each other? Have you asked Renan why you look Filipino? Has any of you asked Alice why you're black? Have you, any of you, asked Rick, as a white man in Canada, what you're doing? We promote each other, we work together, and we have become to understand that the Keshe Foundation supporters have become mature enough to become the new race on this planet. We have become colorblind. We have become race blind. We have become national blind. Do we need to push this frontier further by showing what can be done? Or do we going to fight like they've done in the past to prove we are correct? We do not fight, we just add so much to the knowledge that there is no need to fight. You will understand today why we called you to be here. By the end of round 12, 1 o'clock, you will understand what the gift has been given to you. You will understand that whatever has been the problem is not a problem anymore, because instead of fighting it, we have used this opportunity to progress. They tell me, why am I so harsh on some and go soft on the others? I don't do. It's just that when we see incorrect conduct, it's our job to correct it. And we've done so in the past few weeks, and you will see most of it in the coming weeks. We have moved on. We set up the center in Belgium. We set up the center here in Italy. We set up the center here in Dubai. We're setting up centers across the world because it's all the same. We teach the same. We have become faceless but powerful. Powerful in spreading the knowledge of peace through technology. As I said, there is no more Judaism. Finished as today. Rabbi's job are finished. Thank you very much for thousands of years bringing humanity to the point of at least being there to survive to see the fruit of it today. But as of today, the state of Israel does not exist. The state of Israel become part of one planet, one nation. The same is with Iran, Iraq, Palestine, United States, China, and the rest. World leaders did not deliver except to their own pockets. Now we deliver to every human soul, which then it decides what needs to be in the pocket of life, not in the pocket of the suit of the man. So, a lot of Jews were fearful of today, but yes, your fear of facing the final days of being warmongering for centuries and thousands of years has come to end. Now you can live in peace, knowing you're loved by everyone else, the same as you loved everyone else, but the fear of existence has brought you to this behavior. We see the opening of the Palestinian doors, the Islamic doors, and the Vatican. We move into Rome to take the seat of the place of the Keshe Foundation in Rome soon. We move into Beijing and the other places the same. All the Christians, the 72 boats of the Christ, have landed and are on shore. The same is with different sects of Islam. So now you tell me, what religion do you believe in? Except one, the unity of God and serving humanity in a peaceful manner. And this is not the path of God, and this is not the correct path. So you surely have agenda to destroy yourself, not the others. We shower you with love and with care and with knowledge that you can survive the spans of the universe now that we have opened the door. Are there any questions before we start the session today? silence. We are ashamed of our ancestors, what they've done to us for a small piece of land and a few gold coins in their pocket. Maybe from now on we can change the humanity. We have as much gold as we like in our heart, and we have every diamond in our heart to shine like a gold. No questions.
Well, there was a comment in the chat that's from Bernkron, who says, Mr. Keshe, to be politically correct, and so your words are not going to be taken out of context, it is not the Jews, but rather the Zionists to which you speak. As you most likely know, Iran has the largest population of real Orthodox Jews outside of Israel. Just like it is not the Pope, but the Dark or Black Pope, aka the Jesuits and their general, and not Islam or Muslims, but rather the evil Wahhabis. Those are the real, or those are the three evils, this person says.
Let it this way, we have blamed enough each other with different names. Is for you to give through the systems and the technology that you understand to change the soul of the man. I come from the both. I come from the most Orthodox Jewish family in Iran. I come from the same, if you see my cousins. I have cousins who are in the Israeli army and I have cousins who are in the Iranian army. But they all love the same. This is us who's got to give to both sides, that we elevate them. And now that we abolished the most possible way to create war, which has been the name of the religion, there is no need for it. Let them call themselves whatever they like. We give the gun of love with the bullets of giving, and let's see how much they can last. The biggest problem was to bring equal those who used inequality to their own advantage or thought they did. I declared and I explain again. The chief rabbi of Israel, both sides. The two rabbis change every 6 months. Their job is changed, it's finished. There is no job. There is no job as a pope because people have become their own popes to conduct correct. The beauty of it will be if from now, from today on, all these lands in the name of the church, in the name of the synagogue, in the name of the mosques, will be given back to the people to live and start living. Would we, the assets, go back into developing structures which looks after the people? Is there a need for Vatican? I don't see. The house of God has to be in the heart of the man in a space, not in the brick and mortar which creates more mayhem and murder. The love of God we carry in ourselves to be correct. And that's all has been said. Not thou shalt not steal. Is there a need for Mecca, or is there a need for mosques, or is there a need for holy land, which the most unholy things has come from it? When we all believe in one unity of the God, how does it matter? We are black, white, yellow, short, tall, speak different languages, because in our heart we carry one thing. We are part of the Creator and we are the givers. So it doesn't matter what we receive, because we receive what we need at the time when we need. Send a message to Tel Aviv. The time is finished. The state of Israel, who's been the cause of most of the wars to stay alive, is finished. Same with Palestine, the same with the whole of Middle East, and the rest of the Asian continent, and the Europe, and the rest. Because we become one family. Why do we need to be connected to one? I get hugged by my Jewish cousins, same as my Muslim cousins. The love is the same. When my child gets cuddled by his Catholic aunt, it's the same love, it's pure, unconditional. Those who create differences to benefit by the differences have finished their time. Doesn't matter what shape or name you put on them. Let's see if the shivers does not go on the back of the leaders of those who created war for benefit of themselves. You will see how we open the doors slowly, but very, very gradually, but perfectly from now on. Any other question?
It's very interesting, Mr. Keshe. This is Ali speaking. This morning in the 3-year teaching, I basically went through the same thing with the class, and we came up to the concept of religion, and the exact things that you were saying today. I was instructed to say that to the class, and it's a huge understanding for all humanity. It's basically changing the history of man and where we are heading as one race. And first, we got to really understand what it means in all level. And also, one other thing is to educate people, kind of like a theosophical society where people understand their relationship of themselves with the creator of this universe, and know that they are part of this structure, and we are actually like a fish in the water, and we are living and breathing in the water, and God is within us and is part of us, and knowing that allows us to connect, and we have to really educate and make people understand this connection that they have with the source of all life. And as you were saying, the source is within our hearts, and we are here to help the planet, to heal each other, and to see each other as one family, and connect in our hearts, and set our differences aside, and see everyone as our brothers and sisters, as one race as well. And this is a huge moment for the history of mankind, and it's a great honor for all the participants on this knowledge seeker workshop to be here and to learn firsthand from Mr. Keshe and others that we are changing the history at this time. And it's a great honor for everybody, and please spread the message everywhere so other people would know. And my understanding is that there's going to be, through Keshe Foundation, we're going to create educational institution, as we have done before, that the knowledge and the true knowledge of our connection with our Creator are going to be disclosed. And you're going to have first-hand experience through that journey that you're going to have within yourself, going in and realizing the truth. And it's a really beautiful journey that after millions of evolution that we've gone through ups and downs in our history, we have come to this point. And thank you, Mr. Keshe, for being the first to disclose this information. Thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Keshe, it's Louis Gino from Canada. How are you?
Good morning. You're still in Italy.
Yes. It takes a while to get over contracts. Anyway, yesterday we had some questions, and you said you were going to address them today regarding what I discussed with people that can heal their bodies through plants, and we can't do anything with them when they're eating animal products. Do you remember?
I'll answer you this at the end of the session today. You will understand.
Okay, sure.
No
Thank you.
Are there
There's
any questions?
a question in the chat. How can how we can elevate their souls, those religious people and leaders who gets money in the name of God?
You don't need to elevate. Give from your soul to the ones who need it. And then they find out that they don't need to give to these people. These people can only exist when we feed out of the weaknesses of others in their soul. When we strengthen the supporters of the Judaism, when we support, we elevate the supporters of the Islam, or Christianity, or Buddhism to a level that they're all equal and understand that they're equal, then we find out they won't contribute. So the job of priests, mullahs, imams, rabbis, in the coming time will be eliminated because we behave conduct correct. We do not need to be fear of what we've been afraid of. The religions of today, in every shape or path, they have preyed on the weakness of man, nothing else. If we give from ours to the total humanity, you'll find out they will elevate. We have seen to the past few days, past few weeks, and it's not coincidental because we are doing it and people are listening, millions of people are listening. Soldiers have started disclosing that they don't want to be, and what has been wrong that's got to be put right. They are coming themselves forward to this. Nobody else is doing it. We see priests and rabbis walking away very, very gradually because has not delivered what it was supposed to do. So we don't give to them, we give to the people who believe and they have a need to elevate their souls. Does not matter what word they say, Christ, Moses, Jesus, Buddha, and whatever, Krishna. Because they realize that what was in the power of what it was given to the prophet of the past is in their hand. And the only power is, thou shalt not steal. So when you give, you cannot steal. And because you give through your soul, you receive what you need when you need. As I said, we come and we'll see. Because as of today, the state of these religions is finished. We are all believers in God and we follow one God. And that's what we carry in our heart, which is to be correct. And you'll find out these people will wither away so fast that they don't need. When you pray, give to humanity the soul of humanity. Give to the soul of every creature on this planet and in the universe. You'll find out you still have more to give. And in that level, we all reach to the same point. So what's the worry? When I know I don't need to go to church, when I know I don't need to go to synagogue, when I know I don't need to go to a mosque, to be correct, because in space there is no mosque and church. We haven't seen one yet. And sorry, I cannot bring you back every Sunday to go to the church, and I cannot bring you back for a Friday's prayer to the mosque. And synagogue on Shabbat is definitely out of question, because we don't even know which day is the Shabbat anymore. This is the beauty of it. In understanding the theology, you understand why we teach it. Because what are you going to do in the space when there is no church? Are you going to find another being in the space to worship because he knows more than you a little bit? Or do you have the confidence that you understand? The same as the energy and food, access is through one channel. The same for you as the man in the space from any corner of this universe. This is why we do this teaching. Today's religious green or blueprint is more important than the energy blueprint or the agriculture. because this is the only blueprint which you will carry into space with you. Nobody will ask you what is the blueprint for agriculture. There is no agriculture in the space. We released a number of blueprints, and now this is a blueprint of the religion, you want to call it, or the soul of the man, that you are all equal without punishment. The fear of man has been the day of justice, judgment, that what's going to happen to me. You all so horrendously criminal that if you're going to punish, there'll be none of you left. So better close the eye as a father does so generously, and allow you to start all from the fresh hymn sheet. But those who are below and down wrong know their position and their station. Punishment has never worked, and in space there is no punishment, because when you do wrong, you will see what happens to you with your own wrongdoing. We have taught you the ethos of the space. This is the ethos of the belief and life in space, and without it you shall not exist. So what's the use of fighting here, and the minute we go into space we become all one? We better become one here before we go to space, because now we can feed each other, look after each other, that we decide which one of us will go to space first. That will carry the beauty name of being from planet Earth. We have changed. The message to the universal community is, we have changed, we become men of peace. Do we spend billions of dollars in creating hate between the races? Where outside the space, when the same people go to space, if there is a black, white or yellow skin, and there's nobody else, who do you ask for help to? The man you are fighting? Are we become two-faced even to ourselves? Or do we send only whites and only blacks and only yellow crafts into space? And surely the blacks will win, because the whites are too busy gathering gold of the space. They go too heavy that they go nowhere. The same with their soul. So a lot of you, especially a lot of world leaders, were scared and afraid of today. But today has come. Now you're all equal. Let's see how you fight it to be better and to give more. It's very harsh for the Jews to understand what they were afraid of has come. I told you, the spring 2016 has been promised and now it's delivered. Don't look into Syria, because the enemy sits within you. Your own soul with your own body. My call goes the same to those who control the wealth. Will take the wealth from you so much that you become the beggars to give everything you have to elevate your own soul. You become the Nobel Prize people. The way Nobel disguises his murder jobs with the prize, now you will give everything you have, all the murders you cause, you give to understand, to be able to be the true man of the space, because in the space you will not last very long, because your true color through your emotion is red. Let us go forward. We cleaned up the mess of thousands of years of man on his own with the name of the Creator. Let's see how we clean up the mess on the planet we've done that we brought us to this point. Is Benjamin online? Do you see
Hi.
Benjamin in the background?
Yes, I'm online.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Keshe, I'm
Benjamin,
online.
you have to increase your voice. Your sound is too low.
Okay. I'm online, sir.
Yes, but you're too faint. Increase your volume.
Okay, I'm increasing again.
It sounds you're speaking to us from Mars. Are you there?
Okay. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, a bit better.
Okay. So,
Okay.
I'm online.
You're online. Okay, what do you have on the development of the cleanup from Africa?
I didn't hear you. Okay. We have what do you call it? The result, brim water treatment result released yesterday. So I have a presentation to make and also to show you some few things that I
Do you
came
want to
across.
share the screen?
Okay, yeah,
We
I'm going to
already
share.
know we had the data regarding the water cleanup from the sediments and materials. Have you managed to do a microbiology tests, or does he have,
The
or do we have
micro
any data?
the microbiology tests, I have taken it to the lab and they want to culture it for 3 days, and today is the third day. So tomorrow actually is a holiday here. So maybe when the holiday resumes, that is when I will get the results of the treated uh, microbiology test. I will
Have
get
you
the
got
result.
any results at all from them yet?
Not yet, not
Mhm.
yet. And then I've sent some samples to the reactor session for a nuclear test to be done on the sample from Ofin and then Pra. So they are also doing that. So when we come back from holidays, I will get all the results in this area concerning the microbiology and the nuclear test. But for now, like I shared with you the other day, I use uh, copper nitrate and converted it into COU, copper oxide gas, and then use it to treat the Brim River, uh, polluted river. And the analysis is what I have to share with you today. In fact, Nash should have joined us here, but there are a lot of work for him because of the coming of the IEA boss here, Mr. UKR Amano here. So a lot of work was piled on him, and they have to do other things. So he told me he will be here, but he has not honored his word. Uh, by being here, maybe he's taking care of some of the jobs, that were pile up. So, but I have done a presentation, and I'm ready to share with uh, oh, okay. So I'm going ahead. Share screen, and then we go to PowerPoint. So, am I online? Hello, hello.
You're
Yes, we can
coming up.
hear you.
We're
Okay,
waiting for you to come up.
I have shared my screen.
Yes, but we don't see anything. It's just blank.
It's blank.
Might take a few seconds.
Okay. So, if you can see now, or it's
No,
okay, stop share and then share again. So, please, can you see?
Yeah, it's coming up. It's up here.
Okay. So that is a water treatment result from Brim. The results. Um, Uh, Brim is one of the most polluted water bodies in Ghana as at now because I was thinking about wrapping my mind around it, why people go to that particular area to pollute the river. And I came across a document from this guy by Komla Jigboji Jima, Geology and Geochemical Patterns of Brimarian Gold Deposit, Ghana, West Africa. So I found out that uh, because of the gold in this particular river, you can get gold and diamonds at the same time, you know. And what we call alluvial diamonds. So you get a pure diamond in it pure state. So people actually like going to this area to, do the mining there. And I remember when I went there the first time, I took some pictures and then shared with Mr. Kesh, and Mr. Kesh replied back. He said, "God save that country, because the water is really really polluted." And I have a gallon sitting in the office of the Tanana. When you open it, you can even smell. After closing it for some time, you see that the smell is very bad. So it's really 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 contaminated or polluted. And um Brim River is a major, what do you call it, tributary to this River Pra. As you can see on the board, on the screen, we have River Fin, and then River Enum, and then River Brim. And then these are, what do you call it, tributaries. When I say tributaries, that means they are contributing to the Pra River before it enters into the Atlantic Ocean. And so people actually like mining, and in all this area, there are rocks. We call this rock the Bremarian rocks, and in these rocks are huge deposits of gold. And that is why Ghana even was some time ago called Gold Coast, because I learned from history that the white men that came here the first time, when they walk on the coast of Elmina, which means in Portuguese the mine. Elmina, they were working on gold. They were picking gold from the sea sand, and it recently also happened again that the same effect was witnessed again in the same place in Elmina, that fishermen who went to shore suddenly started picking gold on the shore, on the seashore. So I mean, we are blessed with a lot of gold, and that is where Pra actually enters into the sea. Elmina, the town of Elmina, if you can see it down. Okay, so let's go on. And last 3 days, I think I was listening to the radio, because it's a huge, what do you call it, discussion here in the media, as I have already hinted. And one of the guys, Mr. Benjamin Amponsa of the Water Research Institute, made a reference to this fact that they are finding a huge problem of treating the water. And actually, to hint Mr. Keshi about what is happening, the Water Research Institute also are working in tandem with us. That means what I'm doing, they are also doing the same thing. And what I submitted, the samples that I submitted to the laboratory at GAIEC, they also had the same sample from me using the copper oxide, and they have requested to get another sample or copper oxide Gans from me, so that they can treat the water again. Okay, so that is what is happening in the interim. Okay, what is and why is WQI important? Okay, WQI is actually the abbreviation for water quality index. Okay, water quality index is reference for and chemical, and biological idiosyncratic of water body. Okay, this distinctive aspect of water determines how far water can be used, and the species and the ecosystem process can support it. Okay, so that is the water quality index. So we are looking at the physical, chemical, and the biological idiosyncrasies. Okay. For now, all that you have seen is mostly the physical and the chemical. The biological is what we are looking at from the lab of the GAIEC microbiology lab. And I was there the other time. I started the process with this Man Daniel in charge of the lab, and we will soon give you the data as I have said earlier. So uh, water quality index has a particular range. We have for good water quality, you get from 90, between 90 and 100, and excellent quality from 70 to 90. 50 to 70 is good. Medium to 50, medium is from 25 to 50, and bad is from 0 to 25. And the other day when Mr. Benjamin Amponsa was speaking, being interviewed on one of the radio stations, he made a claim that the water is so bad that it's, classified in this range, that is 0 to 25, very bad. So that is what is happening here. And to wait, um, we have a huge problem here, and they are looking for various ways of solving this problem. And when I quote some of the amount in dollars, you shake your head. But like I said, most of the things are also not within the uh, power of the people to do it, because there are political connotations with what is happening also, because most of these guys doing the illegal mining, it's the politicians and the people who are in power who supply these young people with some of these devices and to pollute the river, and they also back them, so you cannot touch them. Okay, these are some of the determinant factors. So if you have look at some of the results, I'm trying to uh, discuss this because most of you see some of these things and you don't actually understand what it means, and I'm trying to get it clear to you. So these are the factors that determines the quality of a water. That is, in some books you see it as DO, and DO is dissolved oxygen. It is the amount of oxygen that is present in the water, and fecal or coliform, that is what the biological people are going to do. Bacteria are the most common biological contaminants of natural water. So these are bacteria, fecal coliform are bacteria that are most common in microbiological contaminant of natural water. And pH is the numeric scale. As for pH, I know many people have heard of it. Is the numeric scale used to specify that water is acidic or alkaline. So you from 7 going, the water is alkaline, and below that is acidic. So for instance, when you take a substance like vinegar is 3.0, that is acidic, and when you take a good quality water that is tasty, that is alkaline, and it ranges from 7 upwards up to 10. Okay, so that is the alkalinity range. Biochemical oxygen demand is a demand for measure of the quality of water used by microorganisms. So you also find that in some cases you see something like BOD, that is biochemical oxygen demand, and it's the measure of quantity of oxygen used by microorganisms, either aerobic bacteria in the oxidation of the organic matter, so in the water. Temperature change. Temperature change can have a lot of influence on the quality of life in the water, like fishes and other aquatic bodies. So it is a change of temperature in the water, and it is either a natural change or a human driven event which can induce these temperature changes. So when you put a lot of waste materials, you can change the condition of the water and heat it. For instance, um, by experimentation, I have found that water is always when water, for instance, you take a water at room temperature, which is about 35 degrees, and then you add a little bit of sodium hydrochloride, you boost the temperature to about 30 plus, so you increase the temperature. So just a little bit of chemical in the water can also change the nature of the water. And total phosphate. The total phosphate is the sum of the total reactive and condensed organic phosphorus. And phosphate is actually needed for all organic life forms, like plants and human beings. And if you are a biology student and you have heard about the Krebs cycle, it supports the Krebs cycle. Actually, Krebs cycle is simple. If you, what do you call it? uh, Somebody would take a lot of alcohol, you get a hangover. When you get a hangover, the Krebs cycle actually need water to complete it, so you get a hangover. Nitrate. These are inorganic compound made of nitrogen and oxygen. That is NO3, one part of nitrogen and three part of oxygen molecule. So that is the nitrate. Okay, and too much of it in the water can be a lot of problem to the quality of water. Turbidity, which I explained the other time, but I will explain again, is the measure of the degree to which water loses its transparency due to the presence of some of all total solid and liquid particles. So that is in the liquid, you see it as crystal clear liquid, but there are solid that are suspended in this um, aqueous or liquid. They are particles that are hanging in, and if you pass a light through the liquid, then you can see through it, or you put a paper behind it, and you can read through, then the water is said to be less turbid, or is very clear. In simple terms, turbidity is the clarity of the water. So when you cannot see through the water and it's very opaque, then you say the water is very turbid, that you cannot see through. Total solid. This is the measure. It is the measure of all the suspended and dissolved solid in water. So uh, that is the measure of suspended or dissolved solid in, that is what is termed total solid. So if you come across these terms, that is the meaning of it. And these are the determinant factors that determines that whether water is either clean or unclean. And there are various weights that are used to determine, so we will learn about, as we progress, we will learn about some of these determinant factors that are used in, for instance, we have the Canadian CCMWQI, that is the Canadian uh, water quality index. The Canadian have got a nice formula for defining this determinant to check whether the quality of water is good or is not good. Okay, WHO have guidelines. So as you see in some of the results from, they have guidelines for which water is classified as clean or unclean. So we have health guidelines. These are the two main guidelines, health guidelines, which take into account chemical and radiological constituents that have the potential to directly adversely affect human health. Okay, so in the guidelines, these are some of the things they look at. If the water is chemically clean and radiologically, it passes the test, then it's said that human being can, take it without no adverse effect. Acceptability guidelines, which include parameters that may not have any direct health effects, but result in objectionable taste or odor in the water. So, for instance, when the water is more turbid, that is unclear, like the brim water, which you cannot see through, when a coin falls through it, you cannot see it down, then we say it's objectionable. The look of it will not even, you will not get the attraction of, tasting it, because it's so turbid or it's so dirty. And then when it's the more turbid it is, the probability that it will smell is, there, so we look, the acceptability guidelines include these parameters, which directly also affect health, but in objectionable taste or odor, so if the water smells, that means it's not good. And these are the guidelines, two main guidelines that the WHO accepts. Okay, so they are, like I said earlier, they are weighted, the weighted arithmetic method, W QI methods that are used in determining. So this is a simple formula. Don't be scared about the sigma sign. It's just a summation. The summation, okay, let me go gradually. The quality, the weighted arithmetic quality index method classify the water quality according to the degree of purity by using the most commonly measured quality variables. So as you know, WQI is water quality index. So if you see the QI is the quality index. And then for each parameter, it is calculated using this formula. The quality index is equal to 100, and then the estimated concentrated parameter of the analyzed water, that's the last, analyze, or for within a given range, the analyzed parameter of the water. And then VO is the ideal value of this parameter in pure water. And it ranges from pH, which is acceptable, that is 7.0, like I have told you, that is the acceptable range of alkalinity. And then DO, which is the dissolved oxygen, 14 milligram per liter. And then we have the XI, which is the recommended standard value of the height parameter. The unit weight for each water parameter quality is calculated using the following formula, which follows. The unit weight, which is WI for each water quality, is then calculated using the formula WI and then divided by K over SI, okay, where K is a proportionality constant and can be calculated using the following method. That is K 1 over the sum total of the SI parameter. Okay, so these are the method that is used in calculating some of the things that see on the sheet, the results sheet. Okay. And in treating this water, because I've been treating a lot of people on various degrees of injuries, I didn't have enough of copper oxide. So what came to mind was to use the copper nitrate, copper nitrate, to be able to get nano material to be able to treat the water. So I use copper nitrate to create the nano material that was used in treating this brim water, and it gave us some interesting results. But Nash is not here to, I hope it is clear and it can be seen. Otherwise, I can open it up for you
Can
a
you
little
open
bit.
it up, please? Is this for the
Okay.
sediment or is this for the water? Clear water.
For the water, for the water,
Is this what we
for
saw
the
last week?
yeah. This is what you saw last time, but it is for the brim water. And actually, Nash having completed this one also, because I gave him sediments to work on, and then also the E. coli, the biological and E. coli, results.
When would we see the sediment?
The sediment is what I'm, it's very, Mr. Kesh, working here sometimes you need to pamper them, you know. It's not easy, you know, working in an environment like this, but
Can we see what is the change? Can you open it up further?
you said
Okay, yeah, okay. We don't
it's okay.
see the, yeah, okay, that's good.
It's okay like this. Okay, that's
Yeah, that's the Nuclear
for
Chemistry and Environmental Research Center, okay.
okay. So this is the drinkable guidelines for the WHO standard, excuse me, and then Ghana water and sewage standard. So we are matching both parameters, you know, and we are
I
comparing that.
think what you've done again as before, you have put mixed columns again. Because I said, it says total dissolved solid, river brim
Mhm.
control 136, river brim treated 239. The columns have been back to fronted.
Okay. Uh,
I think you better
total
get this back to him and get this sorted
to,
because it's,
total solid. Total solid. That is the range. The WHO range is 1,000.
yeah. No, you see, the control is 136, and then when you treated it, it's gone up to 239. I don't think that's correct. Or is the conductivity that way? And
Is the
then you have
conductivity
That
range?
was conductivity. Yeah,
It's
conductivity.
good
the one below it, you
because
can see
The
the
one
total
below it,
dissolved
yes.
solids.
Sorry, the one below it.
Yeah, 63.5 and 1161 has gone way up for the treated water. Is that correct?
yeah, this is the total TDSS. That's the total dissolved solid.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
This
Didn't it
gone
one.
go
up.
way up on the treated? Shouldn't it be the other way around?
No, normally the range is 1,000,
No,
and
we're not
then
talking about the range. You see, the figure 63.5 is in the wrong place. It should be in the other column.
okay,
Or is it 11.61?
Mr. Kesh, this is the what do you call it? The control. The control is the
Yeah. We
untreated.
understand that. There is some discrepancies on that total dissolved solid.
Okay, okay.
You
I
understand?
will
It's
have yeah,
11.6 or is it 63.5?
yeah. I will have them, you know, look at it
Get it
again.
checked because this is very, it's the same with your calcium at the bottom. And it's the
Cal
same with magnesium.
yeah.
The figures have been put back to front. You got to change your what do you call secretary. She could be dyslexic because we
Okay.
see the same thing again and again. And institute at this level should not have this kind of mistakes.
Actually, Mr. Kesh, Nash does a very good work, but you know, he and one guy here, they do a very good work, but the
No, it's just entering the data, which is
entering the data, everybody is in a hurry here, you know,
yeah.
and so
But
sometimes
when you get
some
them next time, look at it
mhm,
before you present it. Tell them they got to change it because it's
okay,
very easy to see.
okay.
We see this with CO, with copper oxide.
So it's way like the turbidity is very high, you know. That is
Yeah, if
8.
you look at the
That
apparent color, is a huge difference.
yeah,
Even with the true color, it's a huge difference.
yeah. So there's a huge what do you call it difference. Only that the water is so polluted that if you treat it, you even see that you know it's what do you call it? The sediment are the sediment that
Hello, have we lost you?
Hello. Yes. Hello, Benjamin.
See if he comes back. Give him a few seconds. If not, when he comes back, we can, because this is the last page on his presentation. But we see the changes are huge. Notice the calcium and notice the total magnesium. They've written in the wrong way. And we'll come to this later on in the other part of the presentation. Okay, he's not back. We lost it. Yeah. We see the changes are very drastic, and you will come to understand exactly what is going on later on in the other part of the teaching this morning. If you are from Japan, if you are from China, if you are from West Coast of United States, and if you are from Ukraine, Central European section, the last part of this teaching today will shock you. Will shock you in a way how there's a huge, huge change on its way, and how we as a Keshe Foundation people can bring that change about. Can we go to Renan? Is Renan there now that we lost Ghana? Renan?
Hi, sir. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Renan. You are doing a lot of work
Yes,
in the
sir.
background. So what is for us to learn in cleaning up the mess we have created for ourselves? We see from
Yes,
Ghanaian
sir.
that we can clean up very well. We can manage to clean up our water. So water desalination is one of the priorities when you look at this technology. What do you have to offer?
One thing that we still ongoing with the test right now, sir, is for the air quality, especially for the combustion for vehicles, and for the tests also for the for bigger scale. Eventually, used if we can use it for the vehicles, we can use it to all other engine or coal-driven factories as well. So we have made some prototypes for the system. I'll just show first the initial drawing for that decontamination system for factory setup. I'll open it for a while. I'll share screen. See. Contamination. Okay. So share screen. This is the first. It's just a concept that we are testing on.
We don't see anything.
The
You haven't
bubbler.
shared your screen.
Oh, sorry. Is it coming out, sir?
No. Nope. You're
It's
not
here.
there.
It's shared. Okay. Yeah. I will remove. For a while.
So once you select which screen to share, you also have to click on the submit button, the share button at the bottom.
Yeah, I already clicked it on, but my system, my Zoom hang for a while. Maybe my bandwidth.
You
I
may
didn't
have
find
to reshare. You can try to
I'm
reshare.
back.
Yes.
Mr. Keshe, I'm back. Sorry, I lost this.
Okay.
Hello, you're back.
So, Mr. Keshe, I'm having trouble in screen sharing for a while.
Okay, can you just sort that out, because Benjamin is back while you're sorting that out. Is that okay with you, Renan?
Okay, no problem, sir.
Thank you. Okay. We see all your programs, Benjamin. Hello, you're sharing now. Where are you gone, Brennan? Can you take off? You're sharing a screen. We see your drawing. Hello.
Renan, did you mean to share the screen?
It was the delay, so can you help me, Rick, to remove it? There's a delay.
Oh, there we go. I think
Okay.
Vince did that. Okay, so
Thank you.
My
hmm.
God.
Yeah.
Okay.
When Benjamin comes, just hold him back. What is
Are
happening?
you sharing, Renan? Oh, there we go. It's
There.
expired. Yes, there we go.
Yeah, it has a very long delay. Maybe it's my bandwidth.
Right. Okay. Good. Thank you.
Okay, let me, Renan, let me give you a background to this before you start showing it.
Okay,
This
sir.
is, this what Renan is about to show. This is what one of the options which I'm asked the Research Innovation Center to look into. One of the biggest problem at the moment is the exhaust which we disperse into atmosphere. We are looking at a position possibility that we can dump the exhaust of the factories, the chimneys, into a bases made of gases. That in the process we can extract the gases, the what they call the poison material or the chemicals, out of the air, and in that process, going through the gas will release clean air back into atmosphere without any poisons or any other chemicals. One of the uses of this can be for exhaust of the cars, but this concept is part of the technology we are developing and it will be gifted to the Chinese government for the position we are in Beijing and Shanghai. It was not supposed to be shown, now it's on the screen, we can show it. This process makes a huge difference in industrial nations where chemicals are used and a small attachment on top of the chimneys or whatever at a point of exhaust can be added that the gas extract the same chemicals from it. There is no difference between this system and what we've seen with Benjamin. Here we deliberately introduce the poisons or the gases into the gas where in the rivers the poison and the residual were already in the water. We add CO2 or copper oxide to separate them. So it's the same principle. It's cleaning up the mess in a different way chemically, and we are waiting, and hopefully Brennan can tell us, explain to us more what is on the screen. Carry on, Brennan.
Okay, thank you, sir. So with this setup, so this is just a simple concept drawing for the decontamination or air cleaning. So it's a bubbler type, and I think most of us are familiar of bubblers. So we can resize bubblers for chimneys, cars, and other exhaust or gasoline, diesel, coal engines that are still on the industry. So with this, we capture the smoke, and when the smoke goes through the water, this can be the energized water with ganses that we mix so that we can attract the heavy metals on the bottom that we can drain out periodically and add water, more gans water in it in a certain period of time, not to reduce the water level. So that's the concept that we're looking into, and we have made a small prototype that is just for a trial for vehicles. So I can show you the small drawing for our. So what so that's the arrow, the orange arrow is the smoke. So it passes through the chimney, the pipe, and is in enveloped with this container. And from this container, this can be a circular container, and it the air pressurize the water, and the air pushes back and bubbles up. So all the bubbles will be at processed the energized water or the Gans water, and we expect with a proper bubbling or a deeper water here in this drawing. So this is not drawn to scale. So we're looking into at the deeper water level, so that it can go deep on the bottom, and the ganses that are staying on the bottom will attract or attach all the heavy materials that has been emitted by the combustion or the exhaust pipe. And from that, it comes out usually white smoke because steam will come out. So mostly steam will go out from the chimneys and the cracks. And then we drain out here on the bottom, the drain. There will be a periodic draining to get the particular minerals or particular materials that can be still be used, because we can get heavy metals in this area, and it can be utilized for different uses. So that's the whole principle of this design. And we just tried this in a car, and it worked in the car was already an very old second-hand SUV, and we tried it there. Once we just without the guns first, so we tried it, and it is expected, we were expecting that all these carbon smoke, the black smoke, will be attached in the water. So as expected, there was the water was darkened, and I can show you the pictures. Okay, let me first minimize. Okay. So this was the yeah. Can I stop share? Yeah, can you? Yeah, I'll share another one here. Only that. Hello, Vince. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So for a while. Okay, it's coming up. So this is just a very simple experiment that we did. As you can see, we just used plastic bottles and everything just to test out. So you can see on the bottom. You can see on the bottom. This was the first one that we built, but what happened was the container here is just the water. The water is too shallow, so it pops out all the water out, and so we just made some improvised smaller version. We did, which we use this one. So we just capture it, and from there we can really the water. It is expected that all the particles that will stick to the water. So the one thing that is good with this, we put another air bubbler here, just an empty space, so that the water will not go back to the engine. but this won't be needed in the chimneys because the chimneys has a different smoke direction, so it's going up and it's not violent like not like the vehicle. So from this setup, we can extract here. We extracted some of the particles here that we need to test. So the other tests, which I have no picture yet, we already put a plates, zinc plates, ZO2, zinc plates, copper plates, nano-coated copper, and iron plates, iron nails, rusty iron nails inside the water with salt so that we can create the GANs, all the three GANs inside during the process. So from that, the water that we have received, so we don't have yet results on the test on what are inside the water. So what are the metals that are captured, and also with the GANs, what are if it is concentrated particles of heavy metals. So we expect heavy metals because this is a very old vehicle which emits very black smoke and have not been tuned up for so long already. So we still have to get the results on this one for the for the metals that have been harvested on this system. So just a very practical. Okay, so okay, I'll share another one. Stop share.
Brandon, has anybody done emissions before and after a Magrav unit installed on a car?
Yeah, that one has no Magrav yet. That was the control. We have the initial is the control, and that vehicle has no. We didn't do any upgrades, so that was a purely old vehicle, and it's a 20-year-old vehicle, and we no Magrav unit inside, no CO2 and everything. So that was the control test, and we did another test with that, still without anything, just to see what are the heavy metals that will be attracted in the water with the ganses. And we will test it when we add all the other devices, because our other cars have already have devices. So we started with a new vehicle which has no devices at all. So we're doing that in for that type of vehicle. So let me share this. So once yes, we will be going the emission testing, such as this one. That was the vehicle was not yet emission test. So we will do an emission testing for that, for the air instead of the water. So we're planning to have the air emission testing, and also to have the water to be tested as well. What water we have absorbed or gathered in the bubbler. So yes, we will test it with the emission testing. So I have also done an emission testing with my vehicle, which is already been with Magrav for 1 year already, and I find it. I don't have the comparison yet for what, because my car is already 8 years old, and I already have it's already been before I explain it, I'll show you first the standards for Philippine standards emission testing. Let's see. Philippine standards. So the emission standards here I am comparing is for the in use vehicles for, and I have my results, and I compared the standards with my results, because long before I've already had a problem with my car, but after a year of testing, I can show you the. Can you see already? Does that come out already? Okay, coming up. So I got this from our Philippine emission standard certificate for warranty motor vehicles, Department of Transportation and Communication. So this is the which is my basis, the emission standards for in-use vehicles with spark ignition engine. So we have a 0.5 for the carbon monoxide percentage by volume, which is acceptable for to be passed, and the hydrocarbons, which is an parts per million as a hexane, is 250. So this is my category 0.5. These are the previous year's standard. So this is already the new standard. They have reduced it to very 0.5 instead of a 3.5. So it's becoming the standard is becoming strict. So from that, I have my vehicle lined up here. I can show you my 0.5 and 250. I can show this. This right here. Oh, using the new share, button. Okay, that will help. Okay. New share. Okay, so this was my emission test last March, January 8, 2016. So this has been 1 year with my Magrav. So my carbon monoxide emission, expecting a 2009 year model of vehicle, gasoline model, a sedan, with a standard of 0.5. So I am only below 20% of the standard. So it's very low. So this because I have no benchmark I have not have a photocopy of the benchmark with last year, but I expect it should have been having a greater emission. So the whole year this has been running with a Magrav car unit single coil only, not the 3 coil. So the single coil only that is attached to my battery, and partly a little of CO2 Gans powder on the engine. I didn't put in the gasoline. So on the engine oil. So that's only one time. I only added that one time, and then so with this, the hydrocarbon is only 69, which is our average standard is 250. So it's very low and uh, very clean. So with only the Magrav car, you can really check your emissions and check it out that you will have a very cleaner emissions eventually. Just adding the CO2 Gans in the engine itself, and also using the Magrav power unit. So this is the effect on it. So I'll be having another test later this month, just to check if it has reduced more, just to see, because I always only test once a year for changing of registration. So I'll test it for another time within the year, so we can compare more on the vehicle. Some of our group here also have been testing, so we're gonna compare the notes with the motorcycle emission tests. So this is what we have right.
Brennan, what is on the CO2 reduction compared if there was the same?
The CO2, sir, they don't put any readings on the CO2. Only the CO and the hydrocarbon, the hexane.
Yeah, but okay, on your CO, what would have been a normal figure? Do you have one from last year?
That's what's my problems are. The copy of last year I didn't have retrieve it, I need to retrieve it first. This is the latest one I had, but it is expected for me that my at 8-year-old car should have not passed the emission test for this type of vehicle, a gasoline vehicle that I only standardly uh, operate. So I was shocked when I tested it at a year this January that these are the results. So I will test another one, sir, for just to confirm if this reduced already. So I'll be expecting more reduction as the years goes by. So this is a 1 year use with the Magrav power already since I used it. No, not 1 year. It's only since August last year. Since August last year when we set it up until now, it's not yet 1 year. So less than a year setup. So that's
Yeah,
why
but
I'll be.
what is important to see that figure from last year if you can retrieve it.
I will get it, sir, for the other. Yeah, I will get it from the LTO. So from the land transportation, I have not made a copy of it. I was looking for it. I thought I have a copy with my office. So I asked for it and they didn't copy it. So this is the only data I have right now. So I can get another copy by Monday just to test it to compare January and Monday
Yeah,
test.
I don't
So
think it'll be much difference. What is important to see the last year.
okay, I'll get the last year, sir. It's on the LTO, so just to
Yeah,
check.
if you can get the last year, then we understand a very good, what do you call it,
Comparison.
understanding of actually what was before and what is now.
Okay, sir.
This will
I
help.
will retrieve it, sir. Okay. So that's right now, and also Douglas has. I think Douglas is there. He has also made some for cleaning the air for the car as well, just to maintain, and it has achieved also reduction in the fuel.
Can we have
Douglas,
Douglas on the line?
hello, Douglas, are you there? Okay, is he not there? So I will present it for him. He had already made the presentation. I think he has problem with his internet as well. Okay. So let me share. So did my new share? I tried new share. Did it come out?
Yep, we see it. It says Nano and
Okay.
Gans Magrav.
Okay. So Douglas used the system. The as you have, it's been on the internet already. The copper scrubbers intake automobiles for performance. So he used it with using 6 nano coated copper scrubbers, using the caustic tea method, and some 9 neodymium earth magnets for the air intake valve. So the particular test on automobile performance using consists of two parts. First, the part of the test is created an air filter out of nano caustic steam coated copper scrubbers and placed into the air intake box of the test vehicle. So it's a caravan. The second part of this test consists of the using of 6 nano coated scrubbers that are with a combination of neodymium magnets placed onto the air intake tubes via electrical tape. So starting from the farthest point of the air intake, moving inwards towards the throttle body, record data of transition. So this was used, nano-coated by caustic, and this is the air intake area, so which opened up and removed the air filter and put it under and put back the air filter. So that's the simple. Then what is his results was he got extra 35 miles per a tank full with the nano scrubbers, and he's now adding CO2 Gans also in his fuel, but has achieved for at least 45 extra miles per tank full. So That's for the nano scrubbers and with additional of a CO2. And so the CO2 we only use about 10 to 15 ml of washed CO2 in all the tests that we make. Very little, very little. And I want to show a video, just to show you a video what happened to the my vehicle right now that is moving, driving without it is moving without stepping on the accelerator, as you maybe have experienced, some of you. So I'll just show the video. New share video. Let's see the video. Okay. Resume share. New share video. So just don't put the volume. So the condition here is with the Magrav unit just installed to the vehicle and some of CO2 Gans for the past less than a year, so almost a year. You can see I only press the clutch. This is a manual vehicle, so I only press the clutch and it just moves by itself without pressing the accelerator. So we're just cruising about 10 kilometers per hour. So it's like moving like an automatic car. So I also tried this and driving in a steep flyover, a sky. So you can. So I observe just touching the clutch. I just do some little push on the clutch. What happens was it builds up its strength, its fuel. Then from building up, it can go up to an uphill even without pushing the gas. So it's producing its fuel by itself inside the engine. So I'm expecting it like it may be creating a hydrogen gas because of the plasma that is being produced by the coils and spread around the system. So
Right, that
yes,
wasn't it. You weren't able to do that before, correct?
I have never done that before. I just had that just lately this month. Before, my car just switched off after I removed the clutch. So it's just it will stall. Yes, you're correct. So it usually stalls. Then I was shocked. Suddenly, I just had in my mind, why not try to let it move without stalling? Because I can feel the engine is already strong. So it has already built up some strength, and I think there's additional fuel that is being provided even without the putting any accelerator. So I just let it move. So that was since March 1, and right now it's been 24 days. I still do it, and I tried it already in uphill. The engine produces its own hydrogen, and it cruises through the uphill. So just use the clutch to let it, no lag, just a slow, steady going up. Then just use the clutch just to give the gears proper, not too heavy load. And when you remove the clutch, it's like gonna kick the car up, and it just cruise. So I went to the shop this day with Bernie. We checked out the car, and the mechanic, our friend mechanic, he said that it has already built up its power. That's why there's extra fuel that is being produced. That's not the gasoline anymore. So there's building of different fuel, which I expect it's hydrogen inside the engine, because the air moist that's coming in and the water or anything that will be produced there. So what also the thing that I have observed, it's already my exhaust pipe as well is sometimes there's water that will come out. So I observed that before, and right now I still observe it that it comes comes up. And that's one thing that I have observed for this time. So today we just upgraded the system. We use another upgrade, which we added some of the uh, different features just to reduce the fuel consumption and to make it so efficient, and also to have lesser or zero CO2 or carbon dioxide monoxide emission. So that's why I will test it again, because I added a very simple system that can also supplement the Magrav power. So there's the Magrav there, and we have a very tiny systems, the same as the. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I will show you here. Okay, sorry. New share. Okay. Okay. So this is the new upgrade just today. So with the existing Magrav system, we also put this just to. Our goal is to have still efficient fuel consumption. So we need to have efficient power for the system. So we just put this small coil as well, not only in the battery at all anymore. So the Magrav is on the battery. Now we put this directly to the ignition coils at the point of the plugs of the spark plug. For this is for gasoline engine. So yes, those are tiny coils, double core coils that we always make for our pens, and we just use the pens coil to the Magrav to make it more efficient. So after testing, after adding this device, I drive the car. It is more smoother, and I'm expecting another decrease in my fuel consumption and also in the cleanup on my combustion. So I will. That's why I will test it again with this new system attached on it, because I have felt the car when I drive it. It's already different than when I drove it a week ago, or even 2 days ago. It's very different. So when I arrive with the car there without this, I can feel the difference when it was added immediately. So these are just simple things to help protect the environment eventually for those gases that comes out. So even without having too much things that we add on our existing vehicles, as we don't have, especially in other countries, don't have electric. So this is as you can see, there's a letter N. So this is another one that we have applied, which is very useful as well. That is a very tiny neodymium magnet just to put in the fuel line. So just to clean up the fuel line that comes in. So it helps.
There is
So
something interesting. Well, you mentioned something about your car. At the moment, before the hybrid cars, or when you had a second-hand car, you could sell it, and there was a market for it to export it into third world nations.
Yes, we have it many years.
Hybrid cars are becoming a stagnating point for the manufacturers. They are very good for people to buy, but when you have a 10, 15-year-old car you want to, which has been a tradition to export it into Africa, for example, nobody needs hybrid because there is no electricity in Africa to support hybrid cars and the repair of them. Electric cars are actually no-go because the knowledge of it is not there. So we are seeing these kind of new technologies are what is there to be supporting it. And it's become a big problem for manufacturers now that the first generation of the hybrid cars are slowly become to the age to become second hand to be resold. It only can be sold within the countries which have the facility to support repair to start with. And secondly, with the electric cars are doomed cars. That's it. It cannot go anywhere else. So these kind of conversions becomes essential into the process that if we can extend the use of the car in the third world nations, which the reduces consumption. How much fuel reduction have you seen compared to last year using
My car already, sir, with the Magrav system, sir, I have an average of 25% with the Magrav and the CO2 with my driving, how I drive. So that's my average for my fuel consumption for the whole for the past few months that that's the always 25%. So every
what
time
is
I
it kilometers to you?
in my kilometers, so about 27 liters, I can travel about 200 kilometers. So that's 27 liters with 200 kilometers. So 200 kilometers.
How much was it before?
Before is 27 liters will only drive at 160 kilometers.
So you get 40, you more or less get 1.5 kilometers per liter more.
Yes, yes, that's the I get to the car. Then even in traffic, I still have the standard. So because I know already how to press the gas, not too much, and because it's already powerful, so it helps me really save as I go along to know the car engine. So when I drive a long drive, I can save almost 40 to 50%. If I drive far 100 kilometers away and go back, so I save so much. But in the driving, so in the city driving that we have, so there's always traffic jams. So I get 25% on average.
Okay. Anything else we can learn from you?
That's all right now, sir. So for that, we're gonna continue to do the other decontamination processes and some of the desalination processes. So we have not yet okay, sir.
That figure from your certificate last year is very important. If you can, let us see it next
Yes,
week.
sir. I will get it next week. I'll get it.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. Okay, now we come to another point of these teachings, how we're cleaning up the mess, or how we're going ahead and cleaning up different processes. What I'd like to tell you or take you back is to, if you remember, a couple of years ago, we got involved, or about over a year plus, with E. coli and Ebola. A couple of years ago, when we gave the technology, the knowledge, we taught the scientists in South Carolina University to build a system and then use the material of the CO2 on E. coli, which was killing thousands of people, so according to the World Health Organization. When they took the system to the capital and they took it to be shown to at that day of presentation in the presidential palace, happened to be someone from MIT, which we saw later on. MIT used the knowledge to confirm the correctness in so many different ways, but the name of MIT. Then the equipment from the scientists in South Carolina University was confiscated. And they were told they cannot carry on with the test because they showed the correctness of total eradication of Ebola. Then what they did, the scientists went back to the university, and with arrangement with the other scientists and support teams, they built a second unit and they tried it on E. coli. And they cultured it, and after 24 hours, there was no E. coli. So we had an idea that the systems can be used for virus and bacteria in different ways. Then I'll bring you back to further time. When we started the teaching 2 years ago, or 2 years ago, in Keshe Foundation, about the May of 2 years ago, we had a lady with us called Yukoka. Yukoka took the technology, what we saw, the sponge brushes that we just seen for air pollution in the car, and Gans materials, and she flew to Japan because that was her home. She was concerned about the contamination from Fukushima. We published papers. She spent 3 days. Most of us stayed live while she was testing. We guided her. These are the pictures I asked that is available. You can see it. This is live from Fukushima. A lot of you saw this, and This is her beautiful face, what she did. A lot of people may complain about it, but what happened in the background? This video raised a lot of questions for the Japanese government. How come this lady has come and how effectively she shows it? Then they knew there is a solution. And then we saw a process which a lot of you are aware of, and a new dimension has come out of this. A lot of you, a few months ago, saw a man, you heard a man, who was, after TECO did this Fukushima experiment, brought to the attention of the TEPCO that there could be a solution. So TEPCO, as I am an Iranian nuclear physicist, could not approach us, set up a decoy. And that decoy is on the table now. He was going to explain to you himself what has happened, and a lot of you by the end of this session will ask for one thing, which is what happened through my head when I saw it. I asked for the resignation of the Japanese Prime Minister because he's betrayed his nation. We go through it and let's see if you are correct, because a lot of you who live in America, a lot of you who live in Central Europe, a lot of you who have the possibility of being contaminated by the radioactive material, a lot of you who go to the hospitals and you are given radioactive material injection or radiation injection for different medical purposes, you do not know what's going to happen to you with the radiation in your body, how much of it comes out and what it does. We have a solution. Listen to it. Can I ask Rick, if you can promote the blue cross, please, that he can present his... Can you see him online? Okay. If you can stop the pictures from your TECO, please, and allow him to share his screen. Mr. Khan, welcome to the Keshe Foundation. It's the second time we see you in the past month. You showed us the use of the machine for measuring Magrav system in Japan. Mr. Khan Sonel is the Keshe Foundation Japan. He is head and partner in the Keshe Foundation Japan. And he's one of the most trusted people Japanese could ever trust, even though he's Turkish by origin. He lives in Japan. He's a fluent Japanese speaking, and his company was set up to be the intermediary between TEPCO and Keshe Foundation. And I leave it to him to explain how he came to us and how the process started. Are you there, Mr. Kansel? Hello? Hello, can you unmute yourself?
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you speak a bit louder, please?
Yes.
And you can share your screen. Share your screen without your programs to be seen. Open up what you're going to show us first, and then share a screen, please, on the Zoom. Is that okay with you?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out the...
We need you to speak a bit louder.
Yes, sure.
Okay, I can hear you clearly. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Khan. It's a pleasure to have you.
You can't see my screen, right? Can you see?
I cannot see. You got to go on the share a screen, the green one. Press. And then you should be coming up.
Yep.
While he's trying to do, I'll tell you what TEPCO has done for this man who helped Japan so much. They have sacked him, they put him on the street, and they have made sure he cannot have a job in Japan. They are making sure that this man has not the bread to eat and feed his children, and the Keshe Foundation is there to support. He is part of the Keshe Foundation in Japan, and you will be amazed what is going to be described, what we're going to be to describe now. Go ahead, please, Mr. Kanda. The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name
Please, if you're Japanese, make a record of this and put it on the internet in Japan. Section cut this and promote it across the world, because it's going to touch all of you. When we said today we're going to release information, this part, this is what we are talking about. Learn what it is, the data which is going to be submitted, and the information is going to be submitted, and then we'll see where we go. And then we'll discuss afterwards. You can ask directly questions from Mr. Khan, and then he'll go with it. Please start. I'll go silent.
Thank you, sir. My name is Gans, and I'm a Turkish by origin, but I've grown up in Japan. And I have a degree in chemical engineer and a master's degree.
Hello, Mr. Khan.
Yes,
You're
sir.
very, very faint. You have to speak louder and start from the beginning, please. You're very faint.
Or maybe get closer to the microphone.
Yep, I'm trying to figure out. Yep.
Okay, it sounds good when you're close to the microphone, or you have a headphone. Have you got a headphone?
Not a headphone, but I think I'm pretty close. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, if you have a headphone, you have an arrow next to your microphone. Click it and choose your headphone, and then you go. It sounds that you're coming through the microphone of the computer. Next to your microphone on the Zoom, there is an arrow, upward arrow. Click on it and choose the microphone which you have attached to your system, and then you speak through it.
No, I don't have.
You don't have. Okay, carry on then. Just stay close, please.
Okay. Okay. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, very good. Please stay very close.
Okay, sir. As I said, my name is Can Sunal, and I'm a Turkish by origin, but I've grown up in Japan. I have a degree in chemical engineer and a master's degree in business administration. And I had been working for a major Japanese trading company, and one of my duties was supplying for TECO and regarding this cleanup.
Your job was, can you repeat what was your job?
My job, one of my job was supplying stuff. Stuff means like all kinds of goods to be used by TEPCO. My company was the preferred partner for TEPCO for supplying, let's say, the cables, pipes, and all sorts of stuff. So in Japan, there's a tradition that the companies, they don't buy directly, especially the government companies, they don't buy from suppliers. They don't simply want to deal with it. And there are trading companies in between who supplies them. So when it comes to TEPCO, and we were one of the major suppliers for TEPCO, with the cables, with the pipes, let's say, all sorts of stuff, including ion exchange resin. So, and I was the responsible person who is dealing between suppliers and the TEPCO. And one of the material we were used to supply was the ion exchange resin, which is used to filter the water in Fukushima. And we used to use a company's product. I'm not gonna give the names, the details, because I already have a lot of problem in Japan because doing this. And as Mr. Keshe said, I already laid off from my job, and it seems impossible for me to find a new job in Japan because of my name at the moment. So, and yes, so I'm not gonna give into too much in detail unless you ask. So, and I used to supply from a company in US, It's a known company in the nuclear ion exchange resin and other resins, and it is pricey, and it had a problem with the calcium, and the water in Fukushima is pretty much calcinated, and it makes it impossible for the regular ion exchange resin to be used. So I was in the search for a different material to supply TEPCO, which they asked. And after my search on the internet, I come across with Mr. Keshe's Gans, CO2 and other types of Gans, like copper Gans and carbon dioxide Gans. So, and I wanted to give a chance, give a try, if that really works. So that's how I approached Mr. Keshe more than almost 2 years ago, in between 2013. And so at that time he was in Italy, in a different part of Italy, and he was kind to accept me, and we talked, and after that he sent me some samples, and those samples was given to TEPCO in order to test it. So, and the problem was the TEPCO wanted to keep themselves out of this loop, not to look like they're using, because they are using Mr. Keshe's technology. And at the meeting, after the test, at the meeting, I remember that the person who is responsible for this cleanup, he said, we don't actually want to use Mr. Keshe's, we don't like to use Mr. Keshe's technology, but we have to use it. So this was their mindset, this was their approach. So they don't really want to deal with it, but they have to deal with it because they have no other choice, it looks like. Okay, so the samples were given to TEPCO, and TEPCO did various tests on them, and they asked more sample, and Mr. Keshe sent more sample, and I gave more sample, and also at that time it was an issue with the strontium and tritium mainly. So, and tritium, with the tritium, Mr. Keshe also sent them another kind of a device or a setup in order to be used with the CO2 Gans. And this was also supplied, and this was also tested. And then everything went well, and there is actually like various groups. In one group, which they call it cleaning up the water in the tanks, and then so they can pump back to sea, because simply there is no way to store them on the side or nearby, because every day, almost like, depending on the day, almost like 200 or 300 tons of water, highly contaminated water, is pumped in and pumped out from the reactors and cannot be pumped into sea and cannot be stored easily. It's a lot of water every day. So, and I think the tests all went well as I was informed, but there was such a strict procedures, including a big NDA, non-disclosure agreement. Most of them, probably who's in the business, know what is NDA. And we cannot really, at that time, still, we cannot really expose that we are giving the suppliers, because it's a strict rule that we cannot tell to our supplier that we are supplying to Fukushima. It concerns Mr. Keshe, it concerns the other companies. So it's a government procedure, it's a government security, it's a government-related job. So as a trading company, we are buying, but we are not telling the buyer that we are supplying to TEPCO, we are giving to TEPCO. If TEPCO has a problem with the part or with the material, TEPCO giving the claim to us, and we give claim to the supplier without telling who is using it. So this is what the trading company does actually in Japan. So, and yes, under strict NDA conditions, we were told that the test all went well, and there was two gentlemen who were supposed to visit Mr. Keshe in Italy, and it was all scheduled. And then at the last moment, something happened. So we got a big problem. Somehow, we were told that I myself told Mr. Keshe that I'm supplying the stuff to TEPCO. So it wasn't supposed to be told to Mr. Keshe officially. So, and then this was the problem.
You got to realize, let me give you a piece of information. You got to realize when you have a man who comes from Japan and we send directly shipment into Tokyo, and we are directly speaking about nuclear contamination, it can't be any about TEPCO. So it was, as we are so intelligent, we understand the nuclear technology, it was obvious that Mr. Khan was a supplier into TEPCO. You don't need to put two, it doesn't take much of an intelligence to put two and two together. And this is what TEPCO could not understand. They assume that everybody is stupid. And that's where the problem came. It wasn't that it was disclosed to us, but it was that we knew, because it was obvious. There's only one nuclear accident, one people who have a radiation problem, and how come we are literally sending, if you remember, Mr. Khan, we were sending the CO2 as talcum powder solution in one of the DHL. The Americans allowed it to be shipped out, if you remember.
Yes, exactly.
Because the Americans were controlling in what we were sending out. A lot of it went through Los Angeles out to TECO, if I'm correct.
Yes, sir.
And in a couple of instances, especially when we came to Stratenum, we shipped directly into Japan for TEPCO. We have all the DHL papers. We have all the Federal Express papers, what we have shipped, where we have shipped. So carry on, please.
Yes, sir. Yeah, there was various issues with shipment, but somehow it worked. And the samples arrived to Japan and was delivered to TEPCO. And yes, at the last moment, something from the upper level, from the TEPCO of my company had a big claim that we were on the breach of NDA, which means we broke the NDA regulation, the rules, and we have a big problem, all sorts of stuff. And then they canceled their trip to Mr. Keshe. And then in 3 weeks, we had a meeting. My boss, also my boss's boss, means the owner of a company, and this person has almost like 7,000 workers in Japan. And he has 60 companies extra. He's such a high-level person. He had a meeting with TEPCO, and the outcome of the meeting that, yes, my company, which he owns, means one of the 60 companies he owns, we broke the rules. And it was obvious that we did, and somebody has to pay for it. So, and then I was the black sheep at that time who has to pay for it, and I had to resign. And then after 2 months, my boss had to resign as well. He was 64 at that time. He was close to retirement. He didn't mind resigning that much also, but it wasn't a good thing anyway. His life is okay, although my life got crippled like this at my young age. So the problem is, after everything happened and I sat down and thought about it, what has happened, it looks like I remember what the guy said, the director at that time. We don't want to deal with Mr. Keshe, but we have to deal with Mr. Keshe. So, and it looks like his technology is pretty much open, very much open, and you can even make a Gans in a simple method. So you don't really need Mr. Keshe anymore. You don't really need his name. So, and as a Japanese, especially dealing with a person who is really critical of United States, which the US government, which I'm going to show you now, is very much involved with the cleaning up of Fukushima. And so they don't want to deal with the Iranian person who's a critic of US and providing the biggest solution, most wanted solution to Fukushima, which nobody could at that point. So they wanted to cut him off. And they found some gap that we broke the NDA, and this was the reason. And then I got scrapped out from the company, and they're all clean, and I am the one who's in fault, although they kind of stole the information from us and used for themselves. So that was the situation. And then now these are all past and gone, and so they didn't promote Mr. Keshe as the let's say the person who really helped the Fukushima cleanup. And right now the Fukushima cleanup is more or less, I'm gonna show you now, they can pump the water into the sea starting from 2015, and it looks like they have no issue with the water. So Mr. Keshe actually is the person, and his technology is being used by TECO at this point, but he's not credited for this due to, I think, like high level political issues. So let me, can you all see my screen?
Yes, we see the cleanup of Fukushima and Keshe.
This is the beginning, the cover of the presentation. I made a simple one, and so yeah, this was this December 2012, and a big wave hit to the reactor there, and the reactor exploded, and this is a pretty much known picture that everybody knows. So, and this was the situation in 2011. Okay, they had 4 reactors there. It is 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, the 4th reactor, it didn't contain any reactor itself, but it was stored the excess fuel from the reactor number 1, 2, and 3. Okay, and this is the seaside, and this is how the waves hit from sea to the reactors. And at that time, after this big wave, this is what the situation is. So in the reactor 1, as it says, the uranium is partly melted. So, and this is the reactor. And those are the water storage tanks. Those tanks are used to get the water from the sea, supplied to the reactor. They clean up the water. They cool down the reactor, and they have this is a facility which cleans up the water itself, the little bit contaminated water under conventional means, which is not highly contaminated, and pump it back to the sea. It's a pretty much common thing to do in the nuclear reactors. They cool down the nuclear reactors with the seawater and pump it back. And this is the 2nd reactor. There's a spent fuel inside, but this was not the main issue. And the main issue was the 3rd reactor. And it was fully, not partly like number 1, it was fully destroyed, and there was a meltdown, and all of around this area, especially here, number 3 and number 4 was not accessible to human by any means in order to go inside and figure out what had happened. Okay, this is the situation. And this is the situation right now, number 2015. And this is the reactor number 1, reactor number 2, number 3. And this is the reactor number 4, where they used to store the excess radioactive material. So, and this is where they get into. From here, there are pipelines going under this building, and from this building, this is connected to the reactor and cooling down the water, and the water comes back into this building, and there are various filters, and then it's filtered through the radioactive contamination and pumped back. This used to be like that. Right now, it was in a really bad condition, and as you can see, and this is published from the Asahi newspaper in Japan, normally you cannot get a shot like this detailed from the side because it's so prohibited. So it looks like it's pretty much, again, covered, and you can see all the cars are parked and people are walking, which is actually impossible under conventional thought. You can see you can think about the Chernobyl in Russia, and it was still not possible even to come nearby to that nuclear site after the explosion. And here it was highly contaminated 4 years ago. As you can see, those are the sites. Debris food. It means like the food is all like all around the site, not inside the reactor only. And now you can see, and there also you can find various pictures on the internet. People are walking, and there is a kind of a joke, and some people even wanted to make some kind of a guided tour for tourists. They call it black tourism, in order for the regular people to visit the Fukushima site. So it is that much safe at the moment. But what kind of a technology do they have, and they can clean up that nuclear site which was heavily polluted in less than 4 years? And until 2013, they couldn't do anything. And 2013, nothing could be done. Even the robots, they went into the nuclear site, got fried up with the radiation. Even the robot couldn't work, not even the human. And then after 2005, after 2005, 2006, 2014, something has happened. Something has happened, and
You mean 2013, 14?
2014, actually, the person who I was dealing with, the head of the director, died from the cancer. And then things has changed, and 2014, yes, I start supplying your material. So
Can you repeat that, please?
Okay, 2013, the director of Fukushima cleanup has died from cancer.
Of too much radiation.
Yes, but they don't say that. They say he was a heavy smoker, and that's why he died out of cancer. This is what the official explanation is. So you can find information all over the web regarding him. So yes, he died. And after he died, he was a very secular guy. He belonged to a tradition where the old Japanese belonged to, and he didn't really try anything out of the Japan. So they were trying to do it within the Japan, within the Japanese technology, not too much getting out of help from the outside. So they wanted to keep it very secret, what they're doing. The situation was really bad. The situation is really bad. Tokyo is almost like 250 kilometers far, and especially the reactor 4 is full of nuclear rods, and it can explode. And so if that exploded, luckily it didn't happen, not even Tokyo, the north of the Japan, including Tokyo, all the way to Osaka would be contaminated and nobody could even like get in. It was such a big situation, and even that was not told to the public. And people in Tokyo, 250 kilometers away, were living a regular life without knowing the reactor number 4 can explode anytime, and they can even die right away. So it was such a bad condition, but the government, including the guy who passed out, was keeping it very secret. And they didn't want to deal with anybody and anything out of this island, and everything is kept secret. After that guy passed out, things has changed. A new person came, and it was obvious that none of the solution a Japanese or a Japanese company or a Japanese institution can provide works. So at that time, they tried different alternatives, including Mr. Keshe's technology. So in 2015, you can see people are walking, the cars are inside the nuclear reactor, and this is the situation. And how this happened, and this is the thing, how this happened in like less than 2 years. So this is the
Was
question.
this the process when they were given the CO2, the production of the Gans?
Yeah, the production of the gases can be done pretty much on their own.
But they were shown is effective.
Yes. And as far as I know, and I'm the major company who's supplying the
Original samples.
TECO. What? Say again, please.
The original samples of the Gans from us.
Yeah, the originals. The thing is, I think how it worked. They got the samples, they tried it out, they saw that it works, and then they cut us off. So because it was a big thing, and
because we are teaching it on the internet, so they knew what to do.
Yes.
It was just a matter of getting it to work.
Yes. So they just wanted to have the real product, not because in order to you want to try a new technology, right? And you want to get the sample from the inventor himself. So you want a real sample. You can make it at home.
Do you have a picture of you in Fukushima?
Yeah, I send it to you, I guess.
Can you send it? Can you put it on?
I don't have that on this computer.
You don't have that computer. I don't have access to my computer. We'll release the pictures of Mr. Sun at Fukushima, at the gates of Fukushima, when he was delivering the material to the site. And there are videos of us live testing things with the Fukushima officials just a week before they fly into Italy, before they were stopped to do so. Carry on, please.
Yes. Yeah. And so what I believe what has happened, they got the samples, they tried them out, and they had a problem with the tritium. They couldn't figure that out, how that works, and Mr. Keshe provided some kind of simple solution to that too, to be used with the Gans. And then they tried that too, and that worked as well. And then from the people who did the test was okay. They had no problem with dealing with Mr. Keshe on their side, and but the thing is, the upper management probably who stopped this, and this is what has happened. And they cut Mr. Keshe off and stopped coming to Italy, and they cut my company, and then they gave another reason that we did the NDA breach, and then they cut me off, and my boss went off to. So the thing is, they are producing the Gans itself, I think, and they're using it widely in order to clean up Fukushima.
So the gas liquid is used for decontamination across Fukushima?
Yes. So the gas is used in Fukushima, and I'm gonna right now show you how it is being used. Okay, so and I made a small chart that what's going on. In the Fukushima nuclear site, from the contaminated water, you can find the major contaminants is like iodine, beryllium, cesium, strontium, and plutonium as well. And iodine is pretty much easy. The technology has been there almost like 60 years, cleanup of iodine from the contaminated water. But tellurium is pretty much difficult. Cesium is difficult. Strontium 90 is almost impossible. It's highly difficult. This is what actually the TEPCO was really got stagnant with. And the level of tritium, which I didn't write it here, because the tritium, that it doesn't have a half-life that long. It can be stored, and after, let's say, 12 years, all the radiation is almost gone, and you can pump into the sea. But the problem is, how can you store let's say, the minimum 200 pounds of highly contaminated water on the site for 12 years? It makes no sense. It makes a huge amount of setup, which is impossible. There's no place to set up to store that much of water. So, okay, so since 2011, that site is producing 200 to 300 tons of highly contaminated water from the reactors, mostly number 3 and number 1. And then 2015, TEPCO started releasing 850 tons of low radioactive water into the ocean daily. So, and under conventional technology, normally you can filter a few hundred liters of highly contaminated water, not even tons. This is pretty much expensive and hard. So, and then the question is, it says, does TEPCO unlawfully, without telling the international community, releasing the highly contaminated water into the ocean, which is not impossible, because if you release a highly contaminated water in Pacific from Japan, you can measure it in US, or you can on the other side of the ocean, or you can measure it pretty much easily that highly contaminated water is being dumped. So they cannot do that. So they have some kind of efficient technology in TEPCO, which is not being released. If it is being released, it would be on the internet, and some scientists would publish papers, at least, or getting the claim on
We
that.
have already published the papers. They know what it is.
Yes.
This is the strange thing about it. We already released the knowledge.
Yes. So, and they have something that they are using, but it is not clear that they don't admit that they are using. So,
but there wasn't there before we send them the solution for a stratum, because immediately within a month they announced they have cleaned up all the stratum.
Yes. Yes, strontium was a big issue, and they had no solution for strontium. So, and after you send them the samples, all of a sudden they have a magic solution for the strontium, and then they start releasing water into the ocean. So this is a strange thing. Okay, anyway, this is how the ion exchange resin works here. And ion exchange resin means it's kind of a filter. It is a 2 or 3 it's a 2 or 3 steps of filtering, and which is some sorts of filter material are being used. It is similar to what most of the people are using at their home. It is like consists of some, let's say, clay or other ion exchange resin, all in the layers. They filter the water, and the highly contaminated radioactive particles are trapped into the ion exchange resin, and then the water is cleaned in that way. It's pretty much, the logic is simple, but the exchanges and the filter they use itself, which can absorb, which can absorb the radioactive material on themselves, is a pretty much difficult technology. So yes. Okay, so this is what it comes in, and there's a company called Curion, and Curion is an American company, and Curion was such a small company. It's a startup company located in. I visited them a few times, and they had a location. They still have they have a location in Hawaii, Los Angeles, and they had the actual testing center in Seattle, in America. So, and yes, I have the business cards of all the people I talked to. I can show you. And yes, this was such a small company. And all of a sudden, this small company became the key supplier for the key, not even the, became the key company who was chosen by the Japanese government in order to clean up the Fukushima, the water, the highly contaminated water. And it's such a small company. Why this company is granted from the Japanese government, it is very unlikely. First of all, it is a US company, and it's a small company. It's a startup company, and they have no technology, nothing in their hand which they can promote themselves as the major cleaning up company of Fukushima, which is almost seems really difficult.
Let me
Besides,
explain. Let me explain to you.
Mitsubishi or Toshiba or other companies were not granted.
Let me explain to you. Let me explain something for those who don't know. Fukushima plant was sold by the American companies to Mitsubishi and Toshiba. That they have nothing to do with what do you call Fukushima plant. And in exchange, part of the contract is that this company was set up as a backdoor to be able to cash what the money was from the Keshe Foundation technology. You got to understand that according to the Second World War agreement, Japanese cannot do anything nuclear. They cannot even buy a gram of uranium without the American government having a say in it. So the plant was owned officially by Westinghouse and the others, sold to get rid of, but still had to have a line of earning for the American government. So this company was set up, which means they have a stronghold on the Japanese nation, totally in the nuclear industry. And without this company signing the certification of cleanup, IAEA will not allow the reactors to come into operation. In a way, this company is a backdoor to fraud. High-level fraud, international fraud, in a way that the Americans keep control of the Japan nuclear industry, energy industry, and in that process, they get paid for it. So now that the technology was delivered to Japan and Westinghouse has handed over everything to, to the Japanese, which is a normal transaction, then this company had to be set up to be able to guarantee income into United States from the investment of technology and control. This is part of the same with German government, according to Second World War, cannot handle nuclear materials in case they use it in a different way. So what they do, they go outside, invest in their name in nuclear industry, but under the cover of the German government. We've seen this with the, we've seen this with a new medical reactor in Belgium, in what do you call it, in the nuclear area. So these kind of technologies are the back feeders of the new technologies to control the decontamination. But in fact, it's an income to guarantee the control that it cannot be out of the hand of what I call United Nations. Carry on, please.
Yes. Yeah, this is the all the photos I'm showing you right now is you can pretty much find them over the internet. So nothing secret. This is the Curion's mobile processing unit, which they have all the ion exchange resin inside. Water is pumped in and pumped out, and the water is clean. And this is unlikely for a very small company. This kind of technology is very, very unlikely to have, and under normal condition, you can maybe clean up a few hundred liters of water with a system as big as, I'm going to show you here, as big as this building. This building, it fits into this building. You cannot clean
That
up.
little thing is cleaning up everything in Fukushima in a way.
Yes, and this thing is a small container and clean up everything in Fukushima. Where this technology came from, all of a sudden. Okay, and this is another picture, and here
Who took these pictures?
Those pictures are taken by Curion.
Ah, okay.
Pictures I got it is as much as I was allowed.
Let me ask, please, webmasters and recorders, please record everything that if there is any attack on us to bring the website and teachings down, it can go on the internet in different ways.
Okay, so this is the system when it is working. So this is working. Okay, and those are the ion exchanges and material they use, and for various, this is all like set up in the piping system. Those pipes are filled up with these materials, and the water runs through the pipes and they get cleaned. And as you can see, this white material is very, very familiar to you, I guess.
This is CO2.
Yes.
This is the Gans of CO2.
So, this is the last step, actually the actual step which cleans up the water. So all the other, this 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is being used for the purification of water itself. Just water and yeah. And then because in the water there's also not only radioactive materials, and they have the other contaminants like the heavy metals, let's say arsenic, or the other isotopes, which cannot be actually used cleaned up by the CO2 Gans. They had to have some conventional filtering materials, like as you can see here, the 5 of them are well-known ion exchange resin. Because I'm in this business, I know what is what. So, and those ion exchange resins are not for radioactivity; they are for heavy metals. Those are for chlorine isotopes. Those are for one of them is for chlorine, radioactive chlorine isotopes. One of them is for radioactive arsenic isotope. And this doesn't belong to here. So this is what is actually being used in this in order to clean up the radioactivity. So yeah, hold on a second. Yeah. So yes, this is pretty much what's going on with the Fukushima. But although Mr. Keshe didn't get any credit on himself officially, but the cleanup is there and it's working pretty well. So, and I'm living in Japan. I have 2 kids, and 2 small kids I have. And I'm happy on my side that I can safely live in this country, I can continue to live in this country. But on the other side, I kind of feel sad that Mr. Keshe didn't get any like official credit.
That's not important. The credit is all of us. We are safer. There is a matter of medical application. Can you go into that, please?
So, yeah. Okay. One of the material when I supplied the CO2 Gans and the copper Gans to TECO, normally I said this is something that this is CO2, and they said, what is CO2? CO2 is gas or CO2 is dry ice. What is CO2? We don't know such a CO2, and we cannot try this material that we don't know. You should give us the MSDS. MSDS means material safety sheet, which when as a chemical trading company, when you supply a new material, you give the customer, first of all, it's a must have the material safety sheet, which gives the all the physical properties, also the toxicity of the material. So in this case, Mr. Keshe case, we had no MSDS because this is not a known material and this has no CAS number. This has no MSDS because it is not a conventional known material, it's a new material. And so at that time I couldn't provide MSDS. And the situation was, the TECO's reaction was, is it a joke? If you cannot give us the MSDS, we cannot use it. It is highly unlikely that we can accept such an unknown material. And then, but things that happened, and the directors has changed and all, and then they said, okay, we give a try. But before giving a try, we need to at least make a test with the toxicity. We don't know our workers. If this works, our workers are going to handle this material, and it looks like it's a powder in the water. It is a suspension, and they'll be dealing with it. So we like to do the toxicity test before we start doing any further test. Is it okay with you? I say, yeah, sure, it's okay. And they did some tests for the toxicity of it, okay, before start using it. And then this is the test was done, and I was shown the result of the test, although I wasn't supposed to publish it, and they didn't publish it. I think at that time it was a mess. Nobody thinks or cares about publishing any paper on what's going on in Fukushima. They just want to survive. So, and this is and they want to keep it pretty short, the testing of this material, because they are testing not only Mr. Keshe material, they are testing more than 100 of ion exchange resin. Most of them are supplied in order to be used in Fukushima. So, and this material was tested pretty much fast, and this is how they did the testing. Okay, so there was 3 groups of rotten mice, and this is pretty much known for the people who's into laboratory testing, this kind of setup. So every group had 6 mice, and there were 6 groups. And the mice, except the group number 3, all the mice was giving 100 not milli, micrograms per kilo every day, daily. And this was CO2 Gans, and CO2 Gans was the powder in the water was mixed with their daily diet, daily laboratory rotten diet, the mice food diet. Okay, so it means that for this, the rottens looks like they they weigh between 150 grams to 200 grams. So per mice, 20 microgram of CO2 Gans was given daily in their food. So as you can see, there are 6 groups, and the first group was given only the tank water, radiation contaminated water only, this group. And the second group was fed, the radiation contaminated water means they place the water, the mice needs to drink water. The water was radiation contaminated water. Also, they put the um, the food, the laboratory food for the mice they fed is in pellets. So, and they used to put the highly contaminated tank water on, they put onto the pellets and make it absorb, so they make sure that the mice eats consumes the highly contaminated water. Besides, there is a water cap, there is a water cup in the setup. So if the mice wants to drink water, he can go and drink from that water. But it looks like the mice didn't touch to the water, because I don't know, because if they felt it was highly radiated, contaminated or not. Anyhow, so the water looked intact. But also they mixed the highly contaminated water with the food and fed the mice. Okay, the group was only radiation contaminated water, and the second group was those mice are fed.
The first group you say at the bottom, which are given contaminated water, all died within the first week.
Yes, I think they died, if I'm not mistaken, it had been more than a year. It had been almost 3 days. All the mice, in 3 days, 2 or 3 days, most of the mice are died. There was only one left, and that one is survived for almost a week. And at the end of the last week, mice also died. So it's not actually all mice that died. They all died much earlier, but the last one survived the week, so that's why I wrote the week. Yes, the week. And the second group was given contaminated water, was like sprinkled, put it onto the food, and also the CO2 gas was put onto the food as well. It was all mixed.
The water, liquid Gans CO2, yes?
Yes, liquid gas CO2.
Right. And all the ones in that group survived.
All that group has survived. Okay, and actually the third group, I'm sorry, I made a mistake here. This is 1, 2, and this is the third group. Third group, actually, this was supposed to be done actually, and the third group was only CO2 gas, and it was given 5 milligram per kilo, and they wanted to check this is the actual reason why they started. This was supposed to be the actual reason why they started doing this test, as they told me, the toxicity of the material. And this is the toxicity, and they gave 5 milligram, not 100 microgram, 5 milligram per kilo, and they tested on the 6 mice, and they tried to figure out if there's any toxicity on the mice, if the mice is dying or something, or any other adverse effects. Nothing is observed, and yes, and then this is the 6th group, is the control group, which was giving nothing. It's a control group, so everybody knows.
So, in fact, the CO2 gas is not toxic material at all.
Not at all. Even
this is these two major points. We come back to this later on. So, what we understand, we can use gas of CO2 in condition of the radiation contamination for waters. You can add CO2 into the water when you're in a nuclear disaster condition, and that water which you drink from the gas can decontaminate your body from radiation. Or you can, a minute amount of gas has been digested by the animals, shows radiation contamination, none, and you'll survive. These are important. This is what we call this teaching of today important for a lot of us. Secondly, there's been a lot of concern about the toxicity of the CO2, if it's dangerous. Now we have it from TECO. It's not toxic at all. He'll explain to you later on how the test was done. Okay, go to group 4, please.
Okay. After that, there was another group. So, and this group consists of the mice, which was on purposely got sick, was given virus, influenza virus, and the fourth group was the influenza group, and this group was given CO2 Gans. This has nothing to do with radioactivity, and it was just, for some reason, it was just given the infected mice and CO2. And group 5 was the infected mice plus just the infected mice, nothing. So
with influenza.
With influenza, yes.
Okay.
So group 5 is survived. Group 5 is survived, but there was no improvement with the infection. So, and the group 4 also survived, but the infection has disappeared. So it looks like the CO2 Gans is somehow working on with the virus.
Yes, because influenza is a virus, and that's what we said. This technology is best for a space. In a space, we don't have microbes, we have viruses, which are energy locked into proteins. And this is a clear indication. No influenza. No influenza at all. In the next few minutes, we bring back Benjamin from Ghana. I have received a text, a shocking news coming from Ghana, which repeats the process in Sierra Leone, South Africa. Sorry, in Sierra Leone South University. So what we see now is that you can use influenza. Thousands, tens of thousands of people every year die because of influenza. Different shape. And this is a clear indication. No infection, no disease, no sign of influenza. Carry on, please.
Okay, after the test, I was called to TECO again, and the TECO, we got a meeting that the toxicity tests are okay. There's no toxicity happened, and they will start testing it. They ask for more material, and then I asked more material from Mr. Keshe. Anyway, the thing is, when I see these results, and they said this is pretty much a common test which is done, because they said this material, whatever you call CO2 Gans or this white powder in the water, at that time they didn't know it, is absorbing. It is the ion exchange as in, and the virus, the protein cover of the virus is consists of plus, like the cations, and what they try to filter out is mostly the anions. No, cations. So anions are different ion exchanges, and they can be pretty much easy. So they say if this works for virus, this works for the because the virus is absorbing onto these Gans, as far as they know, and they observe this virus is being absorbed onto Gans by the means of electrostatic force, which means that the Gans is acting like a negative.
It's a magnet.
Yes, and then the virus is the virus's protein cover is plus, so it is absorbing itself and inactivating the virus. This is what they thought. This is what the working mechanism is. So they say this is pretty much the same working mechanism for cleaning up, for absorbing the contaminated water, for absorbing the isotopes from the contaminated water.
Let me add to the knowledge a little bit here. You got to realize why they changed, why they tested influenza. Most of the workers in TEPCO work in the sea level, cold winter, and they all get sick with influenza. That's why was to see if the CO2, if the workers in the radiation centers come in touch with CO2, Would it affect, would it have a toxicity? And if they had the influenza, would it make them worse? Because they are working in the huge minus temperatures in Japan in the winter time. So this is why they tested it. It was to make sure that if CO2 comes with a touch with a man who's got the influenza, what would it do? What would it have? Would it have a side effect? And they found even a solution for the influenza. This is why this was tested this way. I request one thing, and that is, if you are very clever and you understood what's on this table, you will understand what is to come after this. I let Mr. Khan finish, and then I'll give you a full explanation in how this will change the total lifestyle of us on this planet. And that's why I said today it'll be a revolution. Today is a green or blueprint for a lot of things. Carry on, Mr. Khan.
Okay, sir.
Can you tell us what did they do? They dissected the animals. What was the procedure? What did they do after
the animals? After they sacrificed the animals, and what was checked, the liver. The liver was checked due to toxicity, and there was no toxicity. It was observed on the group C.
You're cutting off. You're not very clear.
Okay, so yes, the group, after the test, they cut the mice. They sacrificed the mice, and I think this is it was shown on the presentation, which was shown to me. They took out the liver of the mice, and the group number 3rd, and the other groups, but especially number 3rd, they were concerned with toxicity because they were given 5 milligrams per kg. They got the mice, the liver, and they chopped it off. They squeezed it, and then they did further chemical tests in order to observe if there was any toxicity in the liver. And it was shown that the CO2 was not in the liver. So it means it wasn't in the liver, it's not toxic. If it wasn't stored in the liver of the mice, it wasn't toxic, because most of the poisonous contaminants are stored in the liver. So there was no sign of the CO2 in the liver, so they concluded that this is not poisonous. And they tried to figure out the way how this is discarded from the body. So within all the groups, the urine of the mice was collected daily. So this is how they collect the cage which was the mice is kept. It is like some kind of mesh. The mice is living on the mesh, and when they give urine or the feces, the droppings or the urine goes under, and they collect the urine and the feces. So they check the urine of the group, and the CO2 was found in the urine, also in the feces, which is the dropping of mice. It was found in the mice. So all the CO2 the mice ate was discarded through the urine. So the problem is the urine in the group number 1 was highly contaminated, and the group number 2 was also contaminated. So that is the part they couldn't give an explanation. Okay, so the number 1 is contaminated. Number 2 is also contaminated, but this contamination seems not to have any effect on the mice itself, and the mice has survived. So this was the part they got puzzled, but they didn't put too much effort on it. They didn't care at that time, and I didn't care at that time too. And this is the way they do the test, and they said, okay, I was happy that they want to try this new material, all sorts of stuff is cleared out. and then they decided going further. So I didn't really question at that time how they test, why they test, and they didn't question too themselves. So this was the result, and it wasn't toxic. Then they start testing it. So this is what has happened after all things are done, and right now they are using this material. And so I'm trying to figure out ways. This is the explanation. I'm trying to figure out ways to make a use of this. So, and what I did, I made a supplement and as well as an eye drop. This is the eye drop, and this is the supplement, which I made in Japan, and this is produced in Japan. So, and this is why this is the Gans is in this shape, because I further here, I'm a chemical engineer, and I further modified the Gans, which can be absorbed from the intestine much easier. So I made a Gans, I add something on it, and I made it oil soluble. And I made the Gans, usually it's a suspension, but I made the eye drop even out of Gans. And I have been distributing this to people here that I know who is willing to try. And especially in the case of eye drop, the glaucoma, the open angle glaucoma, and in some cases, cataract is dissolved. So it is being used, and the people who are using it are really would like to see this as a commercial product, and they like to buy it. So
let me explain why you're there. This is scientifically based as a chemist you produced, and this is a natural product, so it's not processed product. Gas is a natural product, is a new version of free atom. I tell you something a second. We promote you, we sell, and we take all the risk and responsibility regarding distribution of this material across the world. I'm proud to see the logo of the Keshe Foundation. I give you the right, the copyright to the name, and the signature right to the Keshe Foundation signature you carry. Gans Foundation is a copyright owner of the name Gans. And anybody uses the technology, anybody uses the name, you have to have a copyright rights from us. Anybody uses the logo of the Keshe Foundation the way you see your SSI, from today you need our written agreement, written consent. We are the owners of the technology. Just 1 second. We are the copyright owners, and we have the registration right owners of the name. And I'm proud to see you carrying this name on. From today, the Keshe Foundation will put this material for sale from Japan, Tokyo. And the condition is you are responsible for your own. We have registered the Gans name as a copyright name of the Keshe Foundation, and yesterday we have received the rights to it. The logo of the Keshe Foundation, KF with circles, have been granted to us with registration. We possess it, we own it. We will enforce our name from this week. We have registered 21 names across the world, and we give with pleasure to you the right to use this name, and I stand personally for its use.
yes, so
if you want to submit it for certification, any of you, any part of the world, we deliver you and give it to be certified in your own country. In the time of disaster, like in Fukushima, people who are in disaster condition, they have to have the right to save their lives. They have to have the right to be able to save their lives. They don't need a license. If you come across disaster in US due to earthquakes or whatever else, you don't wait for a government to tell you you can use a Gans or you cannot do. We will provide technology that you can shower yourself through and with it. We took our time, and this is what I said today. This is a pleasure to see. I tell you the reason why. Governments like Chinese government, Chinese, especially in the poor countries in different parts of the world, where animals are slaughtered through different kind of flu for chickens or whatever, or dogs. We hear it now and then. This water can do the job without damaging the agriculture, without damaging the farmer. You can just add it to the water. This stops use of antibiotics and the other things in the animals without getting absorbed or damaging their toxicity. It is a huge change. This is correcting some of the past problems, and this is one of them. We are very simple. We ask TECO to release data. If you're Japanese, ask how the government of Japan has kept this technology away from its people, where the farmers are getting cancer and they wash and clean up the power station. You were wondering how the IAEA is allowing TEPCO to start operating and different nuclear power stations are coming to operation because they have the gas technology in their hand. It's a dietary element and it is natural material. No one has a right to it, no one can copyright it because we have taken the rights. Gans is a registered name. We own the registration. Magrav is a registered name. We own the registration. From now on, if you use any of these names, be sure you have received permission from the Keshe Foundation. It's illegal from today to use this name if you don't have the permission from us. So if you think you can make eyelashes and whatever, as you see here, that you can do and sell, if it's not supported with the R with the Keshe Foundation, or the Gans or whatever, we have the right to interfere.
Mr. Keshe, we also we own the names KesheFoundationGans.com, KesheFoundationGans.net, and we also own KFGans and KFGans.net and .com.
I own the Keshe Foundation Gans.
No,
Gans,
I'm talking about the website. He can use
the Gans, yes. Gans.org belongs to the Keshe Foundation. I bought it.
And I bought the other ones. I'm saying that he can use them.
Yes, yes, we know. Gans.org is, and we allow you to use this, Mr. Khan. Whatever the Japanese nation has let you down, we don't.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. If we will put this as a sale material with the conditions that you have to take the permission to enter it into your country, and we rely on TEPCO to provide the scientific material because they are using it for 2 years. The trial has been done on the workers of TEPCO.
Hopefully one day they're gonna release all the data and all the pictures.
Pardon?
I hope one day release all the data, what they have been doing there inside, so we can get credibility.
There's not the credibility. We already are credible. It's just how they try to discredit us, which is the problem for themselves. What I suggest to you, Mr. Khan, Japan.keshefoundation.org is your right to fill it in, as we spoke before. You are working in respect to the measurement tools. You have set up the Keshe Foundation company in Japan, and you're a shareholder in it. Set it up, we finance you. Produce this material for the Japanese in a way that they can use it to decontaminate their own lives. If it's good to be used inside TECO, it's good inside to be used outside TECO. This shows a conspiracy within the structure. Is irrelevant now that there is a solution. I think, as I said, if international press gets hold of what is been described in past an hour or so by you, the resignation of the Prime Minister of Japan is on the card. He has betrayed his nation, let them to suffer with radiation and the rest. But we leave it to international press. You try to get this section of the teaching onto the international press, and then we'll see the response. The technology being developed, tested, and belongs to humanity, not to a few to catch money out of it for United States. Now you understand why they produce so much anti-information about the Keshe Foundation, because it is what it is. It's simple, it's in the hand and reach of the people, and in so many ways we need it, because it's the knowledge of space. In the space, you come across infections and radiation, and you should be able to clean your body from it. And you see how simple it is. This information is over 2 years old, 3 years old now. Am I correct, Mr. So?
More 2 years.
2 years, and it's been kept away from Japanese public. How many people would have saved their children by knowing they could give a drop of water and clean up the body of the child from cancer? Very simple. It just washes you out of your body. It doesn't stay inside your body. Who is responsible for this criminal act? Or can we go even higher to IAEA? Why IAEA has hidden this, not to be able to show upper hand in the Iranian negotiations in nuclear? You do not understand the reasons for it, we know. It's a game played with our lives. It's the game played with all of our lives. It's a game they play to show they have the power to do what they like. When you shower your plants with CO2, any contamination which is produced by what you call chemtrails is washed off. When you feed your plant or your animal, any contamination, it is washed off. A lot of you have a concern in respect to chemtrails, the chemicals which you say they spray. Start taking CO2 in a correct right measure, in a correct manner, you'll find out it'll be washed out of your body. This is not a magic. This is understanding the total knowledge of gravitational magnetic field, understanding due to the spectrum of the carbon and oxygen in a plasma condition, they attract anything which is in the bandwidth of the total spectrum from carbon to oxygen plus combined. And this is the biggest discovery of the century, where simple man can help themselves. They said the biggest invention was a cartwheel, but in fact the new biggest invention, understanding the plasma as a Gans. It will change a lot. It will change the life of a lot of you. Next time, summer, winter, you have a flu. You know how many people die in Europe because of the flu in the summertime, in the winter time, because they cannot receive and they're becoming immune to the older ones, and so they have a problem. The success rate of influenza injections at the moment in Western Europe is between 20 to 30%, and every year it reduces. With this, it'll never reduce. No old man, no young child should die of influenza anymore with the development of this technology. And somebody is typing, and all you need to ask is ask TECO. The tests are available with TECO.
Yes, sir. So, besides TEPCO, it's done is done and gone is gone.
Yeah,
So,
but the thing is now we have the data, we can help the others and ourselves.
yes.
This is the problem. What are we going to do? This has been a very big question mark. That people were saying that TEPCO is dumping radioactive materials into the sea. They're not dumping any radioactive material into the oceans. It happened. Now they use the Gans material to dump because they absorb the radiation. In fact, there is no difference between this and that one. Let me go through something. It's very important. Please stay online. I'm going to ask Mr. Khan, can you stop sharing the screen? I'm going to bring you back up. We have Benjamin from Ghana. Benjamin, can you come online, please?
Okay.
Just stay on standby because it's in line with what you've done. It's just literally in past 10-20 minutes the results are coming in.
Okay. How can I stop this
Stop
thing?
please sharing.
Hello?
Benjamin, can you come online and tell us what has come from the Atomic Energy Authority?
Am I online?
Yes, you are. We can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, yeah, we
Okay.
can hear you. Can you tell us what you just received from the Ghana Atomic Energy Authority, please?
I have even sent you pictures.
I've seen it. It's coming on my
Zoom.
computer. It's coming on my handset.
Okay. From the report from the lab, they have found significant number of E. coli quantity. Okay, let me say quantity of E. coli in the untreated polluted water. And then when they treated with the CO, the copper oxide, the
Let me
number has reduced significantly.
Benjamin. They have found significant amount of E. coli in the water which you brought from which river?
From River Pra and River of Fin.
Okay. And what did you treat it with?
I treated it with copper oxide.
And what is the preliminary results from the lab?
The primary result from the lab shows that after treatment, the number dropped significantly. But according to him, it's so, what do you call it, early to give the analysis, because as at now they have a power cut at the lab. So he just, as you can see, he sent me a lot of pictures, of their results, and he will, like I told you before, after the holidays, they will be able to bring the documented evidence of their results, so that it can be shared or can be published online. Yeah.
So, as we saw with the South Carolinian University, using a copper oxide Gans in the contaminated rivers has cleaned up the Ebola or E. coli.
Yeah.
So this is in line. We see this is a new health condition which is coming up. A lot of people go sick because of this. We see the report which is never published by TEPCO but is used by TEPCO. Now we see in Africa second time confirmation now by the Atomic Energy Authorities. This shines a huge credibility on two organizations, worldwide organizations. One is World Health Organization, how they deliberately silenced this in Sierra Leone, and the other one puts a huge question of credibility on IAEA, International Atomic Energy Authorities. We always had a doubt in their credibility. Now there is not much left. Now we understand why it was done, and how we can use it for our benefit. As I said today, we finished with a lot of things and the cleanup has started. This is important. What is on the table, what is to be shown is and belongs to humanity, not to any of us. A man, which is just, you heard his voice, he's lost his income with 2 children because an Iranian nuclear physicist could not be the man who found the solution for the biggest nuclear disaster. Shame on the nation of Japan. How the leadership allows the people to die just to protect the hypocrisy which sits in the White House. To sell arms, to kill more, to create a false enemy. Now you see, none of us are each other's enemy. We work as one team. We work as one group. Openly, data on the table. There's literally seconds which comes off the lab. This is how we become one nation. And this is the beauty of it. Mr. Khan keep on repeating, I've never been given the credit for what I've done. I've been given enough credit that the technology is getting used and the nation can go back into producing energy. But the only shame is, why not the citizens enjoying the fruit of the discovery? Can you distribute this material in Japan on its own as it is, Mr. Khan? Can you open your microphone?
Can I distribute this material in Japan?
Yes.
Most likely.
Do you need a license for it?
In order to sell it as a supplement in Japan, there is no license needed.
So please start producing it.
Yes.
You produce it, add it to the soap, washing up liquid, add it to the agriculture material, and let the Japanese nation to be free of it, because every cancer can kill. Radiation is a killing machine. We have the tools. Go on the net, go on the television. We support you.
But the thing is, what I'd like to do is, more than the radiation itself, I'd like to use it for like viruses or helping the other, because by doing this, I already crippled my life dealing with Fukushima, and I don't like to sell it as a remedy for radioactivity, which I'll be discredited, which I'll be attacked again in various ways. I like to sell it as a normal supplement. Let's say they're selling.
We'll do it. We'll do it from the Keshe Foundation website. The Japanese Keshe Foundation support is very deep.
Yes. So,
Vince, just stand by. Khan,
as a supplement.
Mr. Khan, just stand by. Vince, are you online? Okay. Take all the details and put this on sale on the shop immediately. We take the responsibility. Let us bring us down. At least we know where we go. Make sure it goes on it as a supplement. Is there? They need to get permission from their own country to import.
Sure.
Send all the details. We need a lot of data. Put the report with the mice into it that it can go on it as scientific evidence. And you can call TECO. I handle TECO. I have no problem. I'll approach my government immediately in the coming days to see how we can take this, make a report of this. Please provide it to me immediately. Send it to my email and I'll submit it to my ambassador. And we'll take it on with the Iranian government as a nuclear technology development. And we'll see what we can do, because a lot of people get damaged by exposure to nuclear materials. A lot of radiation workers. I've seen my father being affected by it. Now we have a solution. What about a lot of you who go for chemotherapy, and the damage of the chemotherapy is literally untold? We would like to ask the doctors, I know a large number of doctors on the scene, can you please contact us and try this to see how we supported chemotherapy, because it does what it's supposed to do, but its side effects are not there, which is causing the damage. Can we use the CO2 to reduce the damages of the chemotherapy, that we can allow people to live a safe life? Can we combine, when you're taking the chemo, the CO2 Gans with it, that one does its job and the other one cleans it?
Mr. Keshe, is it possible that by taking the CO2 Gans, it could reduce the size of a tumor so that the radiation and chemotherapy wouldn't even be required?
Yes, the Chinese research shows that direction of work. We need the support from China to get this. We have tested this. We have tested this in the past 6 weeks on a lymph cancer tumor in United Arab Emirates. We are waiting for the... Caroline, when is the scan due from the guy? Yesterday they done the scan. So we'll have the news by Monday, hopefully Monday, Tuesday we'll get it. We know it reduces the size.
I was going to say that one important question that comes up right away and people are already starting to ask is, what is the lethal limit, or how many grams of Gans?
We should be very little. We're talking very, very little. But we are not consuming the Gans. What we try to do, we know that the water of the Gans can do the same. I will talk to Mr. Khan to develop that side.
That's the other biggest question that's coming through. People are asking whether to use the Gans itself or just the water of the Gans.
At the moment, we recommend you to use the water of the Gans, and then hopefully in the coming days we will see a lot of opposition from a lot of pharmaceuticals, because this literally influenza injections brings millions and billions to these things. The other thing we have to watch, one of the biggest problem we have at this moment, we are injecting our children with what we call immunization. With the developed technology like Gans, do we need to put our children that a large percentage of the mercury damage become autistic and the life damage? Do we need to go through this process of damaging ourselves, our children, with what they call immunization? Do we need to bring these kind of processes that now we have found a solution for? What about when our nuclear engineers, when our radiation therapists get radiated? Can we just wash them with the water from CO2? Can we create enough gas water that we allow the fishes before we eat to swim in it, that they get decontaminated, that we don't need contaminated fish? This opens a huge horizon, because it comes from the most reputable, most damaged structure in the world with a nuclear accident, which the maximum energy is. You have to understand, Strontium-90 is one of the most lethal systems ever. That's why they could not get hold of it, they could not solve it. That's why tritium was the biggest problem in the tanks, and we told them how to make gold out of it. That's why the Americans are sitting there with their company, because it rains gold in these reactors.
Mr. Keshe, this is Sylvester Belso. This Friday, together with my wife, I will travel to Korea, and I have officials who I can meet and propose the type of cooperation or support to help the Japanese gentleman who is in Japan. And if you request, I can start initiate type of.
Nothing happens in Japan without us having a full understanding of who needs to be what.
Right. I just would like to offer you, sir,
Yes,
this.
no problem, because we got to understand what is going on. This I'm getting a report. Just stand by. Benjamin, can you
Thank
come
you.
back online? Benjamin says the man from the lab is there to explain. Benjamin, can you come online, please?
Yeah, so one of the guys from the lab is here, and he wants to explain if you can only share some of the pictures that I sent, and he will
You
explain.
sent it on. I cannot send them forward because
Uh-huh.
you
Okay,
sent
then
it
I
on
have
to my.
to. I should send it to who?
Send it to Webmaster. I'll tell you something very
I
strange
think.
thing happens. We just received a message from Mr. Cansano. My computer shut down, does not turn on. Now you see how effective Japanese are at it.
Mine also did the same when I was presenting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
So
carry on.
I will open it for him from my desktop, and then he can explain.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So you have two now, so you can explain to them. Okay. So let me share my screen. Screen sharing, and then show windows. Okay. Pictures. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Please, can you see?
Hello.
Can you speak a bit louder, please?
Yeah, hello. I'm Crab from the Atomic Energy Commission lab. So we took samples from the water samples, and we grow on a media. So in a petri dish. So the dark colored picture over there shows the raw water sample, and then the one with the transparent picture there shows the treated water. When you compare the two, the dark colored petri dish shows a lot of colonies, a lot of E. coli colonies in there. And then the colonies too are bigger. They are bigger colonies. But when you also check on the treated water, the other petri dish, you could realize that the colonies are small as compared to that of the colonies of the raw water. And the one of the treated, the colonies are few as also compared to the colonies of the untreated water. So this shows that the copper oxide minimizes the microorganisms in the treated water sample solution. Okay.
What did you say again? Okay, so I'll share. Okay, I'll share again. Please, can you see? Hello?
Yes, it's coming up. Now we see.
Okay.
Yeah, hello. Hello. All right, so we have two petri dish over there. The one with the brown colonies, and then the one with the transparent one. So the one with the brown niche color represent the raw water. Then the one with the transparent one represent the treated water. when you check the brownish color petri dish, you could realize that the colonies forming units are bigger. The colonies are bigger and there are plenty there. The E. coli colonies are bigger and there are plenty in that petri dish. But when you check the transparent one, the E. coli colonies are very small. The colonies are not, they are smallish in sizes and they are not that much in there. They are scattered, but they are not much. But the raw water, the colonies are bigger and they are clumpy. They are so much together in there. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, we hear you.
So yeah, so this shows that the treated water with the copper oxide minimizes the microbial activity in the water, and it will not give any effect when it's being ingested into the body. So this is what I found out in the laboratory.
What does this exactly mean now when we treat the water with the copper oxide?
Yeah, which means that it reduces the number of microorganisms in the water, in the raw water sample. Because looking at the brown petri dish and the transparent one, you could see clearly that the brownish colored petri dish contains much colonies of the E. coli. And then the transparent one contains lesser colonies of the E. coli. So when you treat with copper oxide, it minimizes the microbial activity in the water sample.
Does that mean that
Significantly.
does that mean that if we put the water through the second process with copper oxide, would that bring this one totally below the level? Or is it already below the level standard for international levels?
Yeah, we are yet to check for the international levels. So by Tuesday, we'll finalize everything to check whether they are below the international levels or they are within the international levels.
But according to your experience, how much better is what we see data-wise from what we see now physically?
Yeah, so according to my experience, the growth over there in the transparent one, it should be, the colony should be small and then they should scatter. So which shows that they are within the acceptable limit. Yeah.
So in a way, by what is the cause of these E. coli's in the water? Is it because of the animal excrement and washing live animal in it?
Mr. Keshe, it may be because what do you call it? Apart from people, maybe people eat themselves also in the bushes. So, as I shared in my first presentation, sediment that are washed from the soil end up, polluting the water, and thereby, breeding E. coli in the water bodies. So, I mean, it can be a contributing factor that the way people eat themselves in the bush, and from also the killing of or washing of animals and washing of, even some people even stand in the river and then bath. That is something that is I saw, but you cannot do. For me, in my position, I cannot do anything about it. But we have to keep on announcing or creating the awareness that these things are not good for water bodies like that. So
Yeah,
that is
but
a contributing factor.
can I ask a vital question? By okay, we this is good. We cannot do all the rivers, but by using CO2, Do we take all the good and the bad out of the water? We just have a liquid. Do you know what I mean? Are we taking everything with this process?
Yes, I think we can take majority of the microorganisms. So as in the treatment, we have to check the level of the Gans at which the growth can be taken. Let's say if we take 30% of the copper oxide to do the treatment, at which percentage of the growth can be removed. Let's say if 50% can remove all the microorganisms, then we use 50%. If 70% can remove all the, so we have to check the percentages at which we use the copper oxide to treat the water. So it will depend on the percentages or the percentage of the copper oxide we use of the water.
Okay,
Hello.
so what we going to get is cleaning up, but effectively cleaning up. But to the point that the water is totally pure without any sediment. It's just the water. Am I correct?
What
Yeah.
happened was that when I took the samples to the lab, Daniel actually shook the, what do you call it, the treated water. So the sediment was mixed up with the, what do you call it, it was mixed up like before. And then I asked him why. Because I thought he will only collect the surface, some clean water to treat, but he said no. Let's do it this way. Another time we can only collect the top layer of the water and then treat it that way. So that's how come even we find a lot of what do you call it, E. coli, even in the E. coli trace in the treated, and then the plenty in the untreated. So that is how come. But next time I will recommend that he just skim the surface of the water and then treat it or culture it and see how significant the upper layer will, the results that the upper layer will give, and see also. Hello?
Yes, that's fantastic. So what can we do? What and how can we? How can we wait till next Thursday meeting?
It's breaking, so.
I said we
How
wait till
can
next.
it's
We
breaking?
wait till next
Our
Thursday.
internet today is very poor, but we are managing.
Yes,
Okay.
I understand. What we do, we wait till next Thursday. Please
Yeah,
check your column datas with everything, because what we're gonna do, we're gonna
Thursday.
submit this for a what do you call it, as a standard for
Yeah.
the Keshe Foundation on our website, because we set up a new standard without the cuts. So as we've done up to now, I just received something very, very interesting. It's come from German manufacturing of the Keshe Foundation.
Okay.
It says, we as a German group will fully support the production of CO2 and market it as a supplement. Greeting. So we see the process and we will support this move because a lot of people need it. Please, Benjamin, do a little bit of groundwork.
Yes, sir.
Do a little bit of groundwork before you come up with the presentation next week. Check all the data that they read,
Yes, sir.
not just because they're typed. And we leave it on the website of the Keshe Foundation
Mhm.
as the what you call testimonial from the Atomic Energy Authority of Ghana.
Mhm.
This is a fantastic news. Let's see what else comes. We knew this from Sierra Leone, South Sierra Leone University. We're going to put you in touch with them. I'm going to put you in touch with the professors in South Sierra Leone University, with the vice chancellor there, who's a friend of the foundation, and we'll see how we can take this across whole Africa.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your work. You're a, what I call a treasure to have.
I'll stop sharing my screen. So
Thank you very much. Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you, Professor. Uh, anything we've seen today, as I told you, we have gone into the cleanup. We cleaned up the religious people, that there are no more any. We use the Gans of the will of God on them. Now we use the Gans of CO2, and we've seen with Fukushima, we've seen now coming from Ghana. From now on, we just keep on submitting and delivering new technologies which has changed the past. This is not our job in the Keshe Foundation. It's our job as a Keshe Foundation worldwide. You're doctors, you're scientists, you are people who can make the difference. Take up the position, take up the list, and take up the whole understanding of the technology and support the Keshe Foundation and support the whole structure to change for the masses we've created. It's us who's got to move, not waiting for somebody to do it for us. We waited long enough and they abused us. As I said very recently, I'm proud to be human being because I'm proud to be Iranian. I'm proud to be part of the humanity when he helps each other to the best of his ability. But it's shame when we see how financial positions dictates the condition of the life of the others. What will be interesting is, now that we have disclosed this, if you people who are there, this section of TEPCO segmented and deliver it to all the Japanese companies, Japanese Keshe Foundation, Japanese internet connection, and let it go free on the internet with it. I wonder how much more is sitting in the background with other organizations who are taking and developing our technology. As I always told you, we as a group, people who sit around the Keshe Foundation, can do so much. We have limited restriction in finances we can do, governments don't have. You have to realize something very interesting. You live in the west coast of United States, and you say you received all the radiated fish which is coming there, you won't eat. Make yourself copper oxide Gans, put it in the water, stir it, let it settle. Take the water, put your fish in it, let it swim in it, let it rest in it, and you rest ashore, you take all the radiation which came from Fukushima floating to you. This is not for abusing, this is for using it the correct way. If you live in a contaminated area, radioactive contaminated area, chemically contaminated areas, now we see it's a solution. Do not consume it. Let organizations around the world come to it and let it come with it. Consume the water. We know one thing, A large dosage over 1 milligram is too much, far too much. It's a powerful structure. It's a source of energy. So you have to watch, you have to understand how much is going to be done and how much needs to be done. A lot of you are producing a lot of these materials. A lot of you are producing pens and pads and the rest. But you have to understand one thing, is how much would we like to do this? Can we change the course? Can we create a new course without fighting? I told you it's easier to work than fight, and now you've seen it. But we needed to release this knowledge today in different shape or form, because all of us are going to be affected by the radiation. All of us have been affected by radioactive material. We have no choice. We have no choice but to look for the avenues where we can support ourselves, where we can make the change, where how we decide can bring the change.
Mr. Keshe,
Yes.
down from Argentina. We are having a big problem here in Brazil and Argentina and Paraguay with the Aedes aegypti, and the 3 different pests, and they're contaminating the air with spray guns continually. And apparently, the products used in Brazil, built by apparently Monsanto, to blame for the problems that the newborn kids are having with they're born with small brains. You must have heard of that on the news.
Yes.
The interesting thing would be to the people in Brazil, and now get in touch with people here, if they could start spraying with CO2 water.
Yeah.
That would be very good. And because we've got at least a couple of more months with a lot of problems with these pests.
Water it, we don't feel that. You have to switch your computer off. You water them with the Gans, the water of the Gans of CO2.
Yes, exactly. You gave me hell about a couple of weeks ago when I had told you I had tried some of the water.
And?
Well, I'm fine. I had some fever, but I've stabilized and I'm perfectly well.
So use it.
Fine, yes. I'm spraying it all over the house, and I've given it to some other people that work with me, yes.
We have to learn. We have to learn. It's a new understanding. It's a new way of living, and it is the way we want it to be. Now we have a chance to do it ourselves. Now we have the chance to create that condition ourselves.
About over 16 years ago, I tried a product which is water. Was marvelous. It was super ionized water. I don't know if you have ever heard of Ayhan Doyuk, a Turkish bloke who makes this water. He's normally in Germany lately, and the properties of this water are fantastic. You could sort of try both things together.
John, it'd be great if we could get you to get a new microphone or repair your connection there. It's very harsh to listen to the voice that comes through. Sort of.
Is it too loud?
Yes, it's very loud and over amplified. Like, thank you.
We have Benjamin.
It's still a bit loud. I'll lower it a bit more.
Benjamin, can you switch your microphone off, please? Because get a feedback. Benjamin, you're on the line. You're asking to come back in. Come back. Is Benjamin?
Has my microphone got better now?
Yes.
It does seem better, yes. But we're getting... No,
something wrong.
Sorry, mute. You're gonna have to stay mute, John. It's just too much coming through there.
It's not just loud, it's a terrible noise.
Yeah, it's a really
Benjamin, sorry about this. It's okay, we understand. We always had these problems even with our own unit. Benjamin, can you come online? You want to speak?
I've put my loudspeakers off now.
Okay, sir.
Come in. You wanted to. You have a professor from.
I'm online.
Yes, you have a professor from BNIR with you.
No, I don't have the professor with me now, but what they have witnessed in the usage of the system I have here, the beats, the Magrav beats. Actually, I wanted to do the spring ones for them, but you know, because of what the two scientists who came from Kenya, because of their results, every one of them want what the women, took with them. So all of them have asked me to design the beats for them, and I have done a lot of them for most of them. I think on Friday, I had a request from the main university campus, University of Legon, the campus. 4 professors requested the the beats unit from me. So they were on me. I have to sit on during the weekend and then do it for the 4 of them. So on Monday, early in the morning, they were at my door. Have you finished? I handed it over to them. So they are testing it. And the doctor who was here the other day, Dr. Godwin Amenope, I've also been using it in his house. And what he's saying is that the meter, when it read, normally when you buy the unit, it beeps. When it's taking your unit, it's consuming the unit, it beeps. But since he plugged the unit on, it has stopped beeping, and the unit is not going at all. It's not, uh, dropping like it used to be. And according to Dr. Danso, the head of the binary, that is the Biological Nuclear Research Institute, he was the first one who requested for it, because of the testimony of the women. And I sent the guy who delivered the product to him, and then I asked him to find out how significant he has benefited. And he told the guy that, look, I used to buy about 500 units, 500 Ghana units every 3 weeks, but now it doesn't. I'm not buying that much at all. I have bought once, and it is still there. So there is a significant reduction. And I told him, just wait for 3 months, and then you will come to me. And a brother of mine also, I did it for him, and then he took it to his house. He said the normally when the unit reaches 3 units, it stops. You have to buy a new unit to load it up. What happened? He told me that this thing has even not stopped, and it went up to 00 for 3 days before the system shut down. So he was asking me, what happened? I said, I don't know. I don't know. You just go and find out. And what actually happened, what happened also was when he was going to load the unit. Normally, you can sit in your house and then they load the unit, transfer the unit to your system. He went there 3 times. The people told him they cannot load the unit onto his system. He should go back and check his meter. And I said, what did you tell them? I hope you didn't tell them you are using the system. He said no. For after the 3rd time, he said he decided not to go again. So until the system went off, and then they were able to load it. And so there are many testimonies coming in here and there. What I've planned to do is to line up these people, and they are here, so you can easily get access to them. If they cannot come personally, I can record them and then share their testimonies with the people, what they have found by the usage of the, what do you call it, Magrav unit, the Magrav beats.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions, or shall we call it a day? We received enough information today as it is. We started 9 o'clock, it's nearly 1:30. We're going for nearly 4.5 hours.
Yes, there's a lot there to think about, Mr. Keshe.
There's a lot to be done, and now we just open the Pandora box.
Okay, so is there any wrap up that we can do here? Any last quick questions, perhaps, or shall we, as Mr. Keshe says, call it a day? Going once, going twice. I think we'll call it a day, Mr.
Questions sitting here, I can see.
Can you hear me?
I hear a voice in the background.
In the background, yeah.
Can I present some Gans making findings?
Who's that?
Farrington.
Yes.
If I can share screen.
Yeah.
Sorry. Can you see that now?
Yeah.
So these are jars of Gans I made, and this is recorded a week after I sealed them, still this active.
What is it produce? Oh, these are your Gans.
Yes, yes. And then how I do it is with the coils instead of the plates hooked up to a cell phone charger.
Mm-hmm.
And it literally will make a tub of them within about an hour.
We do that in the factory.
Yeah.
The process we understand fully. We do that in the factory.
So it's a pretty easy way if you want people replicating the CO2 everywhere very fast.
Yeah, but this is not a CO2. CO2 is not produced this way. CO2 has to be produced in the normal condition. You're producing the copper oxide or a zinc oxide.
Well, and many others depending on the material used.
On the materials you use, yes. That's perfect. Thank you very much. Any other question, or shall we call it a day?
Let's call it a day there, Mr. Keshe.
Okay. Thank you for being here today. We learned a lot. We shared a lot, and we wrote a lot of things off. What we wrote off is the division in the religion. What we wrote off is how we can clean up the structure of the rivers, the waters we drink, radiation contamination, and most of all, we have seen how collectively working together openly, even though it gets used by the others for their benefit, it brings benefit in totality for all of us. please cut these teachings in sections and let the appropriate people have the sections to understand what it is. We are not afraid of sharing. We are afraid of not sharing. That's the biggest problem. Up to now, people were afraid to share that something might happen to them. We're afraid not to share that our knowledge might not be used to save a life. So, in so many ways, we are back to where humanity should have been from the beginning. We are the new generation of not what I call givers. We give unconditionally without bothering about what we give, which allows the others to go faster, to live a better life, and to be able to live a more comfortable life from what we give. My knowledge is free. Is your life has got to accept it. Thank you very much for today. We learned a lot, and maybe we learn something more when it comes to tomorrow's. Maybe we can go further if we ask ourselves one question. Have I given enough today? Thank you very much for today. See you on Tuesday afternoon teaching. Have a wonderful Easter holidays. Those of you who believe in the path of Christ, bless his name. Thank you indeed.
I'm sure we'll have some questions for you for the Tuesday workshop.
Always there, no problem. Thank you very much, Rick. Have a nice holiday.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Bye-bye.
Bye for now. And that'll be the end of the 106th.
Rick?
Hello?
Can you just mention about the joint Q&A session this afternoon, please? That will be happening for the 1st and 3-year students in an hour.
Can you mention about that?
I guess I should. I guess
you put your foot right in there. No, go ahead.
I don't want to mention the Zoom number because it is a private Zoom for the 1st and 3-year class. But it will be under the Q&A Zoom meeting number, and it'll be starting in an hour.
In 1 hour.
I'll be hosting.
Okay.
So that's 9:30 Central. No, this is Eastern Daylight Time, so people can adjust.
Yes, 6:30 a.m. Pacific time. I'm not sure what this.
That everybody, at least on our end of the world, has to be aware of is that CET time goes forward again on Sunday. So next week's workshops will be an hour earlier for the Eastern or for the Western world here.
Well, we go back to 6-hour difference opposed to the 5-hour difference.
Exactly.
Yes, it's a confusing time of year, twice a year. With that change. Thanks for the reminder.
Why don't you use the GMT timetables? There are countries who don't change our timetable.
Yeah, then when we get off planet, we have to convert to something else again. Okay, so I think we should wrap it up for now. Is there any other announcements that we should put in there? I believe there's also a teachers meeting, correct, today? You want to put that in as a reminder?
Yeah, the teacher meeting is after the Q&A.
Okay. Okay, let's wrap it up for now. I'll stop the live stream.